Welcome, welcome to the next session of In a Land Not Their Own. When we last left our catalysts, a harrowing and tragic experience of an unexpected, or was it that unexpected, attack upon the shores and upon the manor house newly constructed, newly opened on the party of Azad, the families on the beaches and coastlines, by reaving sirens, dozens upon dozens pouring forth from beneath the depths to lunge out with Dukimbi and with Atlatl, felling many poor souls, but they themselves being felled in equal and in fact far greater number, as not only the might of Magi, but the might of stone and that of the other catalysts drove them back, or drove them into the ground, as it were. Many days have passed since that, over a chain, perhaps chain and a half, maybe. The people, and you yourselves, recovering in your own ways from what has happened. A lot of things have changed, although it is not as though the town has been decimated. As I've said, far greater number of sirens, surprisingly enough, were laid low. But all in all, it's all said and done, when the final siren body fell, the last wailing cry of a wounded individual was put to silence. And as the fires and pyres began to be lit, there were over 100 corpses, all in all, having been found on the shores, on the fields, on the plains, even some within the town itself, though the town being largely unscathed, for the orcs, many of them, many Magi, within that cave and from about the Temple of Nathraxu and the shrines to the many names of the 44 were present there, and with spirit and suggestion and with magic and true names. The wave of Fatash's fury broke. The followers of Velex, who came so suddenly as if to rescue Azad, Rajuloth, and what individuals were recovered, be spared the onslaught of the siren fury, are still present, and there has been a silent tension as they have taken it upon themselves of looking over the northern fields and the people who make their livelihoods there, and Azad's manor included in that region. Minimal damage was done to your home itself, Azad, although perhaps some hinges on your door may need to be replaced, but all in all, your little butt. reputation. We'll see how that shakes out. But as the days have gone on, things have been sorted out to some relative normalcy. Each of you has been called, summoned, you as well as other notable individuals from the community, to meet together and discuss what has occurred, why it has occurred, and what might be done. Perhaps some other subjects as well. But we open our scene not upon the fields, not in Azad's manor house, not in the strange orcish abode of Korala, not even in the temple of Dathraxu, but deep beneath the earth, in that cavern, past the mushroom farms, past the malachite mines, further on than you, Azad, traveled in your initial explorations into large chamber, tunnels with corkscrewing down and down and down. There, amidst small braziers that give off a very small amount of smoke, in this place you see minerals, perhaps gems, perhaps metals, it's hard to tell in the light, that still cast a strange illumination upon this place. You have all gathered, as well as some familiar faces and some new ones. You see about you, there is a table, but it is not people seated about it. There is a face, or rather a mask, you are, well, Taholix you are quite familiar with, but you all are aware of at this point. Unkale no Chux Bimaklia, Orc Magi, Dominus, to be specific, as well as your, well, another face you know, Taholix, of Ichnox, the summoner of darkness, and apparently other spiritual lineages. Lord Korala is also here, having been summoned, returned 4 days ago from joining with Lady Oshia, the other knights who went westward to join them, but this incident, this attack, he has been called back, though through what means, you're unsure. He stands in the chamber as well as a new face of a swarthy human man, of Lucas Milton, a name and a face you, Azad, and Nazvog, and, well, really all of you are familiar with, as the harvestman and field walker of Velex, who called out the protection of the Lord of the Harvest upon the fields and upon your manor house at the latter portion of the attack. And he stands here as well, a stern, tense look upon his face, his jaw clenched. tightly. And some of us look a bit different than before, and perhaps some of us have changed appearance in some regard. So I'll give some brief descriptions from all of you. Just
So I'm there, visibly miserable. I have my fine woven fabrics, and they're damp. They're getting ruined the longer I stay down here. And I'm in the company of these filthy orcs and this other stupid human farmer. But the only solace I have, and I keep that sort of visage of authority. I keep my chin up. I hold my robe, with one hand, kind of like a very sort of posh person would like, have their chin up very very high, surrounded by all this rock and, and human hair. But I have kept myself very quiet. I've sort of been a bit more cold, when we made our way down here. Um, I, I, you know, I deferred more to the others or to the org, recognizing their status in this community, and I just take a bit more of a voyeuristic viewpoint here, as I just sort of now and then I kind of look at my nicely woven fabrics, and seeing that they're getting all droplets of water on them and whatnot. Ugh, disgusting.
Perhaps one of the most noticeable individuals in this gathering, with the exception of orcs and the tall tiger man looking all important and haughty, is the even now taller Felix, with great wings of stone upon its back. Depending on the size of the tunnels, he may even have had to, go down and crawl through several spaces, as these great protrusions upon his back and shoulders are so large and cumbersome. From time to time, they are almost completely still as I move, and sometimes you can see me stretch them out as they almost touch, the walls and ceilings of this cavernous space. But mostly they remain still, and their look is similar to that of a mixture of draconic and bat-like as they spread. Otherwise, I look fairly comfortable, if one could read that expression upon my face of granite. In this cavernous place, this underground is very familiar to me. So I simply look around at the gathered individuals and wait for what is to be said, almost staying perfectly still.
In contrast to my Tableau friend here, Nasvog is certainly not comfortable in the bottom of the world. Basically, she stands with her feathers up as high as they possibly can go. Perhaps if someone doesn't have a lot of insight into siren behavior, they might think that she's like preening or that she's peacocking, But no, she's just like freaking out because these powerful orcs all called her down to the bottom of the world where she can't really escape with her daughter. So she stands there, noticeable bags under her eyes. She looks tired, but and agitated, but she can't say no to Kerala. So she stands there once again with her net of slightly shifting gray and black and brown hooked up around her waist, and she's holding Senem's hands, her daughter, who is slowly walking around the room, kind of like looking up at the little rocks embedded in the walls and like staring at the orcs and such things. And Nasvog is doing her best to keep Sanem contained and preferably not screaming because this is the bottom of the world again.
Well, Radulov right now is wearing a leather, like a leather jacket. I don't know if it would be like without the. Basically, it's similar to how he looks on the little illustration there. Like very simple clothing. He's not currently wearing the gold that he had been accustomed to wearing on his around his neck, and basically he is on very simple clothing, even reminiscent of that which he had the day he met Assad. He has a serious look on his face, like looking around, looking who is gonna break this tension.
And the air is indeed tense, whether it's the heaviness of stale underground air or just the tenseness of multiple species and very different viewpoints coming together in this enclosed place, you can say. But Schnox, who wears those many tattoos and scarification markings upon his person, paints and such things, even now. In light of what has happened these past chains, you each, and he looks to all of you, have aided our community in your own way and helped where none otherwise would have been. Yes. He looks to you, Azad, who helped many who would have met their end find refuge in your structure. Looks to Nasvog, your words and deeds upon the shores and the communities thereupon have long been noted, as well as your pauses. Lineage of what you are and what you have warned us about. Seems, Corrales speaks up, it seems that the problems of the South have come to us at last. We had hoped this would not be the case, or if it would have been far a time from now. That is not so. It seems you have spoken wisely, Siren, to me. Referencing your previous conversations, Nasvog, he speaks out to you. You, Radulov Feron, you have been born here, and your talents and the skills which is your gift have also been noted. Were it not for your efforts in building that structure, many would have died. Many more would have died. We come to discuss the reasons for this, for the problems which have plagued the coast cannot be ignored by us any longer. It looks to you, Nazvog. You hail from these waters. This is known. This disturbance came from a land you once called home, that you find yourself on our shores. You make effort to integrate yourself into our community, to offer protection, to offer aid, hospitality to those wounded, orphaned, and without home or livelihood. But you know something of what has caused this. This I am certain. And we would know what is in your mind. And the human, Lucas Milton, he speaks up. Oh, we long know the problems of the southern lands. It has been said, the harvest master in the fields northwest of here, Avatar Thangoti, has said many things. I know what causes this. Your sorceries, he stops himself. It is you who have caused this to happen to your people, Orc, Magi. Your vaunted power has not helped the poor souls of the fields. No response is given.
Let us not point aggression towards one another. I feel that would not help any of us. And I look at the orc like, oh, apologies. But what you say, the danger of those that live in the southern region, if it is permissible, I would be gladly to aid in perhaps those that have been orphaned, those that have suffered from this attack, to be perhaps given a period of time in which they may work under my manor house, or I may help them with building their own homesteads. I'm gladly willing to give my hard-earned fortune in the recovery of this unfortunate occurrence.
Where do you think they live now, Azad? Who cares for them now? They live with those you cast aside, the Longhouse. We take care of them.
I do believe they're all adults. Those servants, I believe, if you are referring to.
Yes.
Adults
Me
that
and them?
can think and act for themselves.
Yes. But they come, they work with us to take care of those who cannot take care of themselves.
Good. You see, though we all may be different, and I turn to the orc and we all may be different, of different peoples, and of different cultures, but I do believe we may all work together.
Gorilla, you say I know what is going on. You do not speak to Lady Osea. I have talked to her. I have talked to you. I have told you all I know. Why do you spread this aspersion, this sentiment that I know more of these? We have discussed this. I tell you to prepare. I tell you This town is vulnerable. You ignore me. This man over here, he tells you you must protect the people of the fields. You must protect the people of the beach. You ignore him. Now you bring us down here and say, oh, you were right. We hoped that nothing bad would happen. This is not good enough. It is not. This is hope. Hope is nothing. You must prevent. You must do what you can to protect them. They are your people. Now you come and say, oh, Nasvog, you were right. Now you tell us what we should do. It is too late for this. Why you keep me down here in this cave? I have things to do to care for these people that you say you care for, that you are to protect.
I agree. I agree in part with Assad, and I actually agree with you, Nash. We have already been working together. We already worked together, and we already worked together to prevent a lot of deaths, as had been said before we spoke. That has already happened, and we are here because we are interested in work together the best way that we can to prevent the most that we can. We should not. It's a great shame what has happened and the lives that were lost. I personally lost a dear friend of mine and my father. May he rest in peace. But like a child.
And in response to
For
your
this that we're about to do, so we can all work together and make the best the best of the situation to avoid more carnage. So I think we have your knowledge of these people, Nasvog. We have the wealth of Assad, our willingness to help, the might of the Guardian, I say, signaling to Holix, and wisdom of people here who has been for thousands of cycles to tell us and to think together what could be the best course of action. I think I agree with Assad. We shouldn't be pointing our fingers the errors that have already been taken. I think we should take mind of the things we can do right from here and onwards. It's not too late to make more things right. That's what I think.
Yes, you have spoken as Kerala, spoken myself to the Oak Knight, but you know more than you let yourself reveal. Well, there are those who attacked this town who have yet to be put to have yet to be punished incomplete for their deeds, who speak your name after questions have been poured into their mind by the tongues of Magi, and the name Nasvog is heard. You are known, at least amongst one of these individuals, and the orc with the mask speaks up. You see more than even the physical. I can see in your eyes, Siren. I see the depths of your perception. Do not think I cannot sense the scintillation, the emanation that is woven about you, and he glimpses and goes down to your waist. You see the gathering of spirits. You know what has been weakened here. It would not have been weakened had the ritual been maintained as has been for cycles upon cycles. And the Kerala glares at you, Taholics, for a brief moment.
My posture remains perfectly statuesque.
The energies are disbalanced, discordant. Not for another 10 cycles can we undo this. We must deal with it as best we can.
I am by no means a expert of your culture, but might you enlighten those that are ignorant in your ways? How exactly would this drinking have helped defend against a band of raiders?
No, not that is Kerala. He's like still in some measure of aggression, actually, upon his features, which is usually quite reserved. Ichnox pauses. The joining of fealty and the conclusion of the ceremony is not what Knight Kerala speaks of. The content, the penultimate binding. It looks to you, Taholics, for just a moment. You have seen what we were to perform, Taholics. And you acted at the time with what you thought was best. But you do not understand our purpose. The purpose that is the cause for this community. These lands are far more ancient than any, even you, perhaps, and he looks to you, to the Valexian, can fathom. Before the birth even of your divine patron, of gods, of children of elder creators. There are places in these old lands where confluences of power, where spirits crowd about, where the dead can at times freely move. Divine servitors mingle as is their pleasure. This world is made of many things. Earth, of flame, of water, of the emanations and being of all the elder creators, even that of the dead light, and of the eternal dark. This ritual is meant to strengthen that which binds this world as one into the shape that it is that we call Kavega Thale. Though we may fear, though we may, looks to you, Taholics, may loathe, may despise the darkness and what it can bring to us, both mortal and divine. The darkness is yet an indelible part of this world. All things are balanced. All things in opposite a counterbalance. All things in equilibrium. It is for that purpose. What was that I did what you witnessed me do, and why you have not seen me do such since. And so just talking to Daholics, like not even like really talking to you, Azad, even though you asked the question. Seeing as you
I continue to look upon him as he tells me these facts and the perspective the orcs or this one have upon the spiritual forces of the world. I do not make any movement or even comment upon what he says. I simply look, and I do comprehend it, though when he describes that the darkness is a part of the balance, that just simply, I do not comprehend that. The darkness is the enemy, so much I know. And I try to put the orcish perspective forth in my mind, but there's almost like there's a mental block for me that immediately want to equate darkness with the enemy. And while I try to put that perspective forth, I am stopped by my own mental construction. So I do look quite ponderous as he tells me this.
I spoke these words to you before under a different name. You had a similar reaction then. And the masked orc speaks up and addresses you, Azad. The spirit of darkness that was to be bound together in this ritual could not be contained after the actions of this child of stone, child of death. So too, without the darkness, the light could not be bound as well. Without the two most potent forces of this world, the ritual was completed imperfectly, incompletely. Due to this, and looks to you, Nazavog, you can see them. The growing crowd of spirits. They move ever closer, ever tighter, ever growing in number. And though it has not reached the point yet, it soon will. Spirit will clash with spirit. Fire against water. Cold. The servants of that which is the most elder, and even that of their foul children, will cling and cloy to this place. And when spirits rage, confused, like that of, pauses and looks at you again to hold the restless dead. It is not only they who suffer, but we who stand and witness upon the other side of the veil of flesh. But you can sense this. You have seen them. Yes.
Hey, this is humorous. Yes, you call me down here. You bring me down to the bottom of the world. You say, Nazfog, you come down here. We must discuss this event that happens. This event that we did nothing to protect anyone for. And then you say, oh no, we are to discuss these spirits. We do not care about the lives of the people who were lost. We do not care about the lives of the people who were hurt, who were left alone. No, we care about the thing that might harm us. We care about the thing that might threaten me, the mighty Magus. Yes, this is what you care about. You do not care about Nazfog. You say things about her, but you do not know. If you say you can use the power of your mind, use the power of your mind on me. Yes, see what I know, since you do not trust me. Why do you not do this? You say, Nazfog, tell me. No. If you do not, if you have nothing more to say, then I will depart. I have things to do that are important to this place, to these people. There is nothing in here except cowards. I see two who are not cowards in here. And I gesture to Holix and to Lucas Milton, who's like, just a boss. These two, they know. They are here to protect the people. You? No. You do nothing. You invent threats. If you have nothing more to do with me, then I will go. This is a waste of my time.
What is it that you're going to do to help people? I'd like to know if that's
Yeah,
good.
I just straight up ignore you.
Okay, he still said that. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at you while you ignore me. Anyone else could, speak.
It's
you were-
quite clear that she, Nazvog, is unsettled by your place of meat, though I'm sure she does not mean to disrespect any of you all that have gathered us here. You're
Oh, no,
worried.
it's just politely ignoring me, of course.
Your worry. We all share this worry of this community. Though your talk of balancing the spiritual is lost on me. I do know one thing. People. I see that they need help. I'm no craftsman, stone, or iron. I like gesture to my left, to the farm. Nor am I a guardian, a warrior. And I gesture to Arwen. But I have one thing that I believe none of you do. Have the means of commerce. It is a humble and small thing to possess in comparison to those that are here now, but I will use it to the best of my abilities.
And Kerala nods ever so slightly as if weighing many words and many thoughts in his mind.
But one thing is for certain, we had not done your ritual, and that is unfortunate. As you say, there be another 10 cycles until we may try again. In that time, though, I do not believe we have such. What can we do now?
Yeah, I mean, if the orcs don't address me, like, I'm leaving. So, Like,
Corella,
Yeah, like I gesture, like, oh, more.
yeah,
Just let her go.
it turns to you, Nazvog, and it takes a few steps towards you, not threateningly or up in your face. This is a somewhat large
Yeah.
chamber in here. The siren whose mind was touched. A name thinking for it. Shex Fog. Your name was upon this one's mind. Images of fire, of fear, of rage, splintered, fractured through a mind addled by pain and sickness. Clear picture could not be acquired even from our most potent of Dominus. Right. But you were present in this moment that spurned and spurred this one to the actions that it took. Something else. Some affliction taints the bodies and the minds of these siren, though the cause is unclear. But you are at the cause, at the root of it. If not the cause, but you are at the root of it. And I would know more. For it is clear there is some reason that the sirens who have been only as raiders, only as meager predators, now move as one, with no heed to themselves or to those they attack, the people of the shore of the isles have done nothing to these colonies, as they are called amongst your kind.
You say nothing new. I have heard these questions many times. Yes, Nazbog killed her people. Nazbog says, "Oh, yes, you, my people, I shall give you disease so that you come and attack me. Yes, this is what I do."
And why are you here, Siren? And he sort of shouts, doesn't shout, but his voice grows, which echoes in this chamber. You speak of vagueness as you accuse me of thus. Tell me what drew you to my shores. Why you, one lone siren with an infant child, come here at all times, upon the eve of the death of many people in this peninsula, many people whom I call friend and have known for time long past, thrice or more of your ancestors. What has driven you to your action?
So yeah, like I kind of like shrink. I like shrink back a bit from his impressive size and intimidation factor, and I look up at him and I say, you ask your Lady Uxia.
I'm asking you.
You speak to her. I tell her this. You have power. Look at me. Yes. You say you have the power to look at the mind. Look at my mind. Yes. Why worry about what I say? You do not listen to anything I say. You say, no, this cannot be. Nasvog, lie.
He
What can I say to satisfy you? Nothing.
backs off slightly.
I am here. I work with your people. I protect them. Because you do not. If there is anything else you need, you come find me. But I will not stay here. I will not stay here, stand here down in this cave, in this horrible place, so that you can ask me questions that have been said 5 times. I cannot answer the questions any better for you. You know this. I have told you what I know. Tell me something new.
He turns away from you. Gives a gesture towards the orc in the mask. Turns his gaze to you, Nasvog. And from beneath that bone skull, that skull faceplate, a sort of droning can be heard as he emits just a moment, which I can't replicate with my voice, but a sort of droning call which echoes and reverberates off the chamber. And sort of as you I have answered these things before. What more do you wish from me? You feel your eyes drawn to those sunken, beady eyes beneath those empty sockets, and I would like you to make a meditation mind control roll.
Oh, let's hope it's a good one. That's not great, but... Uh, 15.
Okay. That will not be enough. So, to describe what happens, and this occurs over the course of 3 seconds. That droning, as if you've heard kind of like throat chanting from Tibet or Mongolia, something similar to that, a voice which emanates from deep within the throat but seems to rise and sort of be projected with a greater volume than one would think is possible. That's all that is heard, and you just for a moment, like your sort of vision goes blurry, as if like someone might like cut off your blood flow for a second, or knocked you in the head, and you don't feel pain, but you do feel, for you, an unignorable presence touch your mind and force itself upon you, not like a crashing wave, but as if a knife or a dexterous hand slipping through as you try to instinctually press back against that force, but slipping through that mental defense with clear ease. You feel it. You can feel him slide through between memories, new, old, in between names of places, of people, of things which had happened, old sensations, your first flutterings of love or sexual desire, the hunger you felt on a particularly long stretch when there was no raid to bring food or materials, that time when the proper sacrifices to Fatash were not given, and she in her rage tore asunder a piece of Anasht, and with meager supplication the people, your family, your friends, set upon to rebuild the few houses and homes upon the bobbing waves. All these things, the birth of Sanem, the first cry that she let out, piercing and pure, that massive amount, that storm of emotions you felt. But he does not touch these emotions, slips through them, and finds that one horrifying recollection as you are forced to relive it, as he takes that memory into himself, as he knows and sees and perceives what you did of that moment, the last moment on Anasht upon the waves, and of the coming of Typhon, and the loss of family and child and home. And it feels like far more, but it's only a couple seconds as you're. Oh, okay. So that is certainly taken into account by him, and then that's it. Nothing. No memories are wiped to your knowledge. Do you feel for a second as if, like, did you imagine that? So sort of skillful, shall we say, was this thing which was projected into you. It's almost as if nothing ever happened. It was, no, wait a minute. But you know that it did for sure. Koripic Isle. Typhon. Yes. He looks to Kerala and says some words in a language that I know that none of you know. Yeah. And Kerala turns back to you. Well, now I know the clear picture.
I tell you these things already. I tell Lady Ushia. It is these snakes, these servants. If she does not tell you this, you should talk to her.
You will forgive me, child of the storm, a storm stolen from its rightful owners for not trusting you. Would you have trusted one of my kind upon your colonies?
It would have been a strange sight. I do not think they would find it very welcoming, yes. But
he backs off, and Ichka speaks. That is not all. We have spoken of the sickness of these sirens which afflicts them. We must take caution does not spread amongst our people, amongst those who still survive. What have you, if anything, found to Holix? Well, that is your calling, as was the calling of your predecessor.
I look up towards the orc questioning
Oh,
me.
you would have.
Hmm.
Yeah. There's massive amounts of contamination upon the bodies of those sirens to a man. Very sick they were, with a wasting virulence.
The more be feasting and copulating in the flesh, those of boil bearing, death making and blinding were in multitudes. Fire would be necessary to hem, spread of taint. I took many days to see to each burial along the shore, letting the water take ash and silt and sand and gravel together. The taint was hemmed and stopped.
And I look towards Nashvog.
And I tell you, Nashvoginasht, to rest easy, for I saw to the vigil of each and every ghost, and they all passed without interference of dark predator.
We thank you for this.
Oh, all of them passed without interference of everyone.
I saw no predator, no contaminated creature, or dark spirit hunted the souls when I kept vigil.
I thank you. Sorry to make you repeat yourself. I thank you.
Yes, your powers are great, child of Tahul. We thank you for your aid and efforts. At least you have done something to help the people here, both departed and still standing, says Lucas Milton. But as you, one thing you were aware of, only as the end of the bodies, the last remaining corpses having been burned in this time, you could sense the presence of corruption. It's obvious, even to the uninitiated, you see the signs of sickness, but something more than that, something more, not sure what it was, like trying to gain one of those memories of your old self, something at the edge of your perception, a half-forgotten thing, and then it hit you. It's not just the sense of the taint, it's the smell. The smell. And of course it smells like sickness and virulence, but the flavor of it. You've sensed it before. And you remember. And almost like a phantom pain, that loss of your limb is felt all over again. And you remember the name of Yaga.
I looked for a moment for those with great insight. Just all of a sudden, grimmer, even than I usually do in my day-to-day routine. And I look down upon my leg, and you can hear a grinding of teeth. You know, the sound of just a person grinding their teeth, but it is amplified like thrice over.
The smell of violence is familiar to me. I can name the taint and the one that spreads it by visage and name. It is an old curse cast by Fey God Sindar, a contaminated creature. I call it Nuknista, and this one is Yaga.
And just to note, is Ujia here?
No, she is not.
But I look for a moment towards Nashvog and then towards the orcs.
A corrupted, and in the dead nymph she prowls and wander coastland. With a touch of wicked claw she can steal a soul with no problem or hindrance, and they are powerful enough to fight off even demon and angel alike. I know this one in person, for she is the one who took my leg.
And I look down towards my crippling injury with an angry scowl and even more granite teeth grinding.
There's silence for some moments before Ichka looks to you. Eyes widen for just a moment. I too know that name. It is... It is one you have said before. In another life. But I know another name as well. Though I do not speak it here. Of that which spawned this Yaga, the greater corruption that still plagues the eastern lands. He thinks silently, drifts inward to himself and contemplates this news. Rajuloth, you have heard from stories of your parents and the meager Ferrum who do live in this area. They too live quite a while and have stories that are quite vaunted and old. And okay, you have heard of these beasts, these corrupted predators. You don't know the real specifics, but you know these creatures contaminated these things like a monster. You have heard of them. They are quite terrifying. Creatures of disease and filth, a curse that walks, a curse that spreads like a virus, like a disease. That is what they are. Nesvog, you as well have heard vague recollections or stories of such things, but just a name of a nameless sort of bogeyman type thing that you never paid much heed to, weren't even sure was real. Corella turns to you, Nesvog. Build your walls if you wish it. We have much to think on. And through your deeds, and what has been learned here today, you have shown a true compassion of a sort to the people here. Though it comes in a strange guise. And that is, will not be forgotten by myself or by the people. Help them do what you can, what you feel is best. You, Azad, the aid of your resources and of your home, if you offer it, would be graciously accepted. What affects the South spreads to even here, and will, I fear, spread inward, inland, if many pieces, many unanswered questions. What has caused the brutality of the Sirens is clearly not the true threat which plagues us. We will speak again. I will speak again to you soon. This is to you, Azad. More information. We spoke to you of minerals and the desire to acquire them. Can that still be done?
I like nod to him. Yeah.
Good. You... He looks to you, Rajuloth. Aid this one whatever walls or construction or homes to be rebuilt for the people who need such.
Might I make a suggestion? I am thinking that maybe it would be good to teach some new people about the arts of masonry so that we can have a greater workforce, so that more people, so that we can have walls and houses sooner for further attacks. We should be able to do these things with haste. Workforce is needed, of course, not that they would be able to work immediately, but to think on the long term, already preparing proper workforce. I think that would greatly aid this community.
He just nods. So be it. One final thing. It will be some time before the Knights of the West and the Countess arrive from the north. But that time still comes, perhaps with a greater haste now. You will get your opportunity to speak to the king in 3 cycles, where he will pass upon to this place and other places nearby. There will be a council held for this and other matters which have afflicted these lands. See that this problem is resolved, and see that the people are taken care of. You may gain greater opportunities. He dismisses you all.
I'm quick to leave.
I would be even quicker to leave, but I'm actually gesturing towards this Lucas Milton guy who I don't really know anything about, but he's kind of impressed me. So I'm like gesturing to him to like depart with me, as I'm like kind of like leading Sanam out of there before. You know.
As, as I leave, I am actually leaving at the right of Assad and saying,
Well, looks like we're working together again, right?
Bruh.
Well, it was the order of, so looks like we are.
You say many things.
Yeah.
I wait until each Nax leaves, so that I may approach it.
Mhm. You may
I
do so.
just raise one of my claws to get its attention as I step forward towards it.
Did you see Kinukak die?
He shakes his head. I did not, but she did. You know who he means.
Do you know where the corpse is?
Lost, I fear. Scattered. what remained of him, of it. But he spent a time in this land, in this place. He and Ursich quested, recognized the common and overarching threat of this creature of contamination, sought to stop it many cycles ago. At the word of Ursich, in this time before nights, before the coming of kings, of man, of gods upon this land, when the old ways were universal, and when the isles of reflection were not considered by orc folk.
Each Naxcan or anyone else nearby when this conversation takes place can definitely feel or see almost anger enter my stony face, for I imagine the thought, and it's very easy for me to do so, of perishing to this creature, as I almost did. And even though I am not Ginnungagak per se, I was made from that soul, split from it, a distant twin, one could say. And it feels personal, very personal, like it was me that was slain. And if I was slain, it is almost certain that the soul was taken to be used for whatever Ahrimanian purpose Yaga wished.
Okay.
I look furious, hurt even. And sparks, tiny white sparks, flare in the hood of my wings and even upon my face, as if I was like one spark away from igniting. But it cools down after 2 seconds, and I regain posture.
You resemble him more and more with every passing cycle. And bear his horns, the wings, and his mind. I gave him gifts, items of power and potency. For his words, though they were few, were persuasive, as was the companionship of Ursich, who even then was widely respected. But it was not enough. You will have to exceed who you once were. Ginnungagak was just as devoted, as single-minded in his goals. He was blinded to it in the end. And he failed. As did Ursich.
My head perks up at the mention of Ursich in that intonation. And I look towards each Nax, and it knows, the orc knows me without even asking the question. My face says, did she die too?
She lives. He's a knight of the Eastern Shore now.
Isn't she heading here?
In time, with the rest of the United Knights and Counts who gather in the interior of the peninsula. The Thraxus laws are confounding and non-linear, but they are unbreakable. And you think it was coincidence that this has occurred, and your paths have crossed not only in this life, but in lives before. Some say and choose to believe that time is a river. Some choose to believe it is a cycle. Like the days, the 77 days, counting each throne. Some look at it as an equation, as a barrier, some believe, that keeps the darkness from unraveling this reality. The truth is all of these things and more. You need not understand the complexities. And you, what portion of your soul that is old, that yet harkens back before Gilgak, before him, before all that you were, all that he was, all that you are. We all have a calling, a task of sorts, a passion within our hearts, no matter our species, our devotions. You are reliving that, and will do so until you find he sort of stops, as if perhaps unsure himself the right word to use, what it is you need to end this cycle.
The peace of death and the silence of an ended life.
And after saying that, I walk out of the tunnel, almost last to exit this place as we emerge from this cavernous space. And even though we all go our separate ways once we reach the entrance, when I reach it, I spread my wings. And almost as if there is a shockwave, it looks like I jump, and the shockwave goes down from beneath my wings towards the ground, and I defy gravity yet again. And people may even see as this stone statue just straight up flies away, with the occasional flapping of granite wings. As I head towards the shores, I see Assad there, I see Nashvog there, I see Rojulov there, Nixnash there.
Well, there goes my right. I guess you didn't see me.
I just look up.
Alright.
Can I get a description of Lucas Milton?
Of who?
Lucas Milton, the
Yes.
priest of Lept.
Yes. So, he is a I believe swarthy, a human male, dressed in at this time in this on this day, he has so wearing a pair of pants that are perhaps a kind of muslin, which has been dyed a sort of deep, almost nut brown, that of deep soil of this place, which seems to blend that ends of those pant legs are kind of frayed with the walking on uneven, unpaved ground. He wears no sandals, his bare feet. He walks upon thick calluses upon the soles that you can see stained with almost black with just the dirt of walking barefoot routinely. He's a tall man, just over 6 feet tall, powerfully built, not massively muscled, but of someone who is not averse or not a stranger to physical labor. He has a sash that sort of holds his pants up that is of a sort of olive green, and a shirt of a similar sort of color, and a kind of sleeveless coat, might be said, of it seems to be sort of patched together. That is not sort of to keep out the elements, but more to allow for pockets and for things to places to hold things that are sort of upon his person. He has various things upon him. He is not armed at the moment, but you have seen him, after the attack, for sure, a kind of spear he has, though he doesn't have it on his person. He also has a headband of simple orange cloth wrapped about his hair, which is about shoulder length long.
All right, so yeah, as we're departing, I say to him, well, first actually I'm gonna pick up Sanem because I don't want to have to wait for the barely learned to walk young siren to walk all the way out of this place. So yeah, I pick her up and I said to him, you speak as one who knows the right thing. It is good to hear. I do not see many of them in this place.
Nor have I seen many of you, child of the Storm Mother, of the Rainmaker. Your words likewise ring true, and the potence of your Creator, vaunted as she is, well respected, is clearly seen within your voice. You speak and have the courage to speak out against the circular words, the cowardice of these people.
Yes, I do. I come here. I try to get them. I try to prepare them for this. Then they do not listen. Now they say, "Oh, yes, now you can. Now these changes can be made after the event occurs." What is this? You cannot react. You must. This is what they do. They react. They do not prevent. I do not understand. This is it is difficult for me. And we're speaking in Paganese, by the way.
Right. The ways of their kind are crafty and secretive. They are selfish and care only for themselves and their own esoteric delvings. They blind themselves to the needs of their community, the people who depend upon them. You speak well and true. He sort of nods to you.
I know you must be a very busy person. You have much to do. But if you would, you should come down. Do you know this building they call Longhouse?
I do.
We have many people there, many who are suffering due to this reactionary behavior. We would appreciate it if you would come and see what we have done. We do not have much to give, but
It is not our
many of
place
us.
to take. We are but shepherds and protectors of the community. That is our duty, and that is who we tend to. I know of this place. Myself and the other followers of the Harvest Master will see to it that it is protected, and what aid the Church of Velex can provide, we shall. You will not want.
Well, no, we do not wish for gifts. I do not. I merely wish for your presence. Yes, we will be able to protect ourselves. We do not count on the oversight of cowards and fools any longer.
Very well. Perhaps it is fortune. Perhaps it is the will of your goddess and mind. For they are as one together. The love of Velex, and Vatash, and Glycerion is one well known amongst those who follow him. Perhaps this is
Yes.
more the fate of our divinities is at play here. Yes, I believe that is so.
Yes, perhaps this is. Yes, this could be the case. Though we shall. I suppose we shall see. It is. It is something I must think upon. And so, like, yeah, like I'll reach up and like, just like kind of like drag my index finger, like across his chest, and then like walk out and depart down to the beach.
Okay. Alright. And is anyone else doing anything before we change scenes?
Well, I'm flying.
Well, yes, you are flying.
I'll just go home and talk to my elders about what happened and,
Okay.
seek their advice as I usually do.
That's fine.
And they probably live close to the new place I live with their houses and such.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. So, a few days pass. Azad, did you open your manor house to like refugees, or are you sort of just providing aid to people?
I open it up for refugees that need to be looked after. Those that have been injured. They're brought inside. People that are just need food or whatever. I set up like a little, not really a camp, but I set up little tents and whatnot outside. my manor house, and
Okay.
it's almost like setting up I guess a soup kitchen just outside, but people that need um, food and drink, or
Right.
that need a little some, and I'm almost purposely being generous. Like I'm not pushing the subject. When some just random person's like, "Hey, yeah, I need some food. Yeah, I'm real. I lost a lot in the." I'm like, "Yeah, sure, go ahead." And as a means to almost like purposely frame these people, but those people
Okay.
that we should take advantage of this.
Right.
That is the lore that I bring out for them. But for those people that actually are hurt, then they're then they're being aided either way. But
Okay.
being from a city, I know all too well of beggars and how they usually just want to take advantage. They just don't. They're just lazy. They don't want to work, and that's of course Azad's perspective. Um, but
Yeah.
no, why don't they just get a job?
Get a job. Why don't you
But
just get a job?
and like those injured people whatnot that are coming, I also offer them, like okay, oh you've lost your house, your house is burned down, whatever, your house is raided. Okay, let's set up something. Basically like okay, I'll set up some sort of line of credit almost with them, until they get back on their feet. That meaning like I provide them with food, tools or materials so that they can build it themselves. I'm not giving them everything, because I just can't afford to do that.
Right.
But you get what I'm.
Yes. And though it is perhaps not the manner in which you intended or expected, you throwing yourself into this outward show of hospitality and relief effort, and many are taking advantage of it, though that number dwindles with every passing day as more time passes between the event and now. And you have gained the shall we say, it seems as though amongst the words of the people that the people are speaking less and less of the attack which happened and the party that was ruined into a tragedy of death, and more people speak of Azad the hospitable, Azad the provider, of Nali as well, who in some ways has been throwing herself into this attempt to provide to these people with an almost tireless gusto. She has barely taken any visitations to other places to reaffirm new business negotiations, and you for sure seen the change in her personality to a certain degree of an almost obsessed need to make up for the losses.
Ceremony, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But and there are indeed some people who are taking advantage, but they are surprisingly few and far between. But you and your servants.
Those that do take advantage, and like my grades in academics, I really, I keep management of that, like there's only a certain amount of time when the the camp is open for where you can retrieve food and water. Then after that time, it's cut off. It's during the day. Then usually when it becomes night, then it's not every day. It's every other day. There's like a schedule and everything. Because I sort of divvy it out so I don't just lose all my. I'm not not stupid in that matter. Though this is investment. This is an investment, and I am losing some in this. But and those that do take advantage of me, they get a visit by unsavory, debt collectors, let's say. And the debt collectors are specifically asked to not harm them, certainly not kill them, but just, maybe like a slap on just like an open hand slap, just boom, or knock them out, the worst. But that's really highly advised not to do that, but it's more like there's a slight stronger hand, because those people, and I say, these people some people you have to be a bit more firmer with your compassion. If they take and take and take, they do not know how to show gratitude. You'll have to make them humble, and so on, and the debt collectors are, Dawan, they like stalk them, or Dawan are usually ogre, then human, really those three species.
How much time is it between this and the scene change that you're thinking?
A couple of days.
Okay.
So,
Radulov,
hold on. I'm doing Azad's scene right now.
Sure.
So, we'll go to you next. I see you're doing that. So, do your servants refer to you as Azad? Do they refer to you by name, or is
Master?
Okay.
Master of the house, Lord. Though interchangeable.
Master.
Hmm?
You're the voice of one of your Dawan servants, one of your prime ones, Razad. His name is a Dawan as well. It is daytime, but he is still around doing his duties, as the needs of the people are a 24-hour affair. My apologies to burden you with yet more logistical concerns, but perhaps this will lighten your mood, and not that you are in a foul one, my lord. But
Do not worry. Just tell me what you have.
the most recent shipment from Koth has arrived as upon the docks. The latest food stores from the west have also arrived via Optalang, need to be distributed, taken from the docks, taken from the carts, need to be given where is necessary. I have the ship manifest and the list of goods from the caravans. Additionally, many of the townspeople, the craftsmen and carpenters, wish to do business with you. I have fielded many such requests. I hope you will understand. I do not wish to overtax you or the lady, as we are all quite busy, and your needs your responsibilities are growing so great that perhaps assistance, I perceived, was required. There are carpenters and farmers who wish to provide aid to us as well. It gives you some papers and things. There's a ship manifest from your trading vessel and from the caravan, and there's wine and there's food, sheaves of wheat, of potatoes, mainly food, some small amounts of tools like farming implements. There is there are minerals from Karth, bars of gold, not many, but a few, enough to mint some more coins with. You can only get some, but spices,
And
some
other
other
sort of
such
goods.
things. A bit more fine goods coming by sea, a bit more, shall we say, rural, salt of the earth materials. And there's also a list of many names. Some are people you remember or half remember visiting them, maybe like,
These
six
other
cha-
merchants,
six
are
chains
these
ago.
Pride members? Are these or family members? Are these?
These are people in the community.
Oh,
Many of them they're craftsmen, mainly craftsmen,
okay.
who want to
Like their request audience. Okay.
request audience, like, I'd like to do business. Like, here's something that I can offer. I'm
Yeah.
as
All
your
right.
name is growing.
Yep. So I look at the servant and I say, after just skimming over it, I don't really take time and like have him awkwardly stand there as I read it all. I just sort of skim it over like as he's given to me. Well, I thank you for this. I will look over it. In the meantime, I give you the responsibility of gathering forth servants and other capable bodies, arm themselves, as they will be given the task of bringing the goods from the docks to the manor house where they will be properly divvied out. The goods coming in from the west, that too, in turn, will have to be split. Our armed servants will have to be moved there as well. As for the craftsmen, see to it that those who seek my audience are those blacksmiths, anyone that works iron. Those armor smiths or weaponsmiths, though they may be rare in these rural lands, may come into use in the future. That is all.
He bows quite low for that.
And as he bows and turns and leaves, I kind of like, I say, thank you for your service. It is most valued.
Sure.
Before he leaves, I just look at him and say that, and then I start actually reading, what he gave me.
Okay.
The stocks and the numbers.
So, as far as the trade goods from Karth, they can perhaps keep your existing. Well, give me an academics roll. Let's keep this fun. Oh,
Okay.
good.
Do you see?
Well
Got
done.
it, boys.
You've gotten your second wind.
I had a 33.
Oh my God. Okay. Well,
I'm working it.
yeah, you're working. You've been working for, some time. You're in that kind of space of like, I'm focused. I'm in it. I'm in that zone. I'm in the slipstream. And you read this with, okay, let's see, 6 bushels of this, 45 pounds of this, 3 casks of this, what have you, down the line. The food, if you distributed all of it to the refugees, you could probably keep that operation going with some supplies to for wounded individuals.
Yeah, I'm actually
going
wondering,
for-
how long can I keep that operation going? Like, is it only for the cycle? Does it look, with my academics, properly
Yeah.
divvying it out, because I don't want to obviously bankrupt myself, like
Right.
just.
So, that was a big concern, but the way you're looking at all these things, and you're looking at the people whose lists or whose names are on that list, and now, oh, that's right, you know, the Stanton family. Yes, this
Yeah.
Kool I remember that. I remember that orc, and you know, some of these people. And you remember some of the things they wanted and that they could do. This for this, I could do that. I kind of want this. Oh, they kind of were interested in this thing.
All
And you
right.
see,
So
oh,
these are
like,
the little web that's happening here. Yeah, the little the craftsmen were basically like they're offering their help too as well, right? Okay.
yes,
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah.
they want to do business, and you start doing some mental acrobatics, and you see there's some things you can divvy up a lot of the trade goods you're getting from Karth, give them to the to these townsfolk for their goods. This good will help you here, and trade it back to Karth. You can keep this operation going for probably like several cycles,
Yeah.
and
So
still
pretty
and
long.
still maintain. Actually, now that you think about it, if you play it right, and you divvy up the right amount of resources, if you keep the cheap goods from the west, from the farms to the west, and give them to the to the refugees, and keep working your own wealth, you could make a not insignificant amount of profit from all this, and also
Yeah.
keep
The idea of
head.
profit, like it's currently it's not about the maximum amount of profit. It's more
Right.
like, okay, I want profit, but
Right.
if it's a little bit, that's okay. I'm not focusing on that now. It's all about the people right now. It's all about branding. And I'm
You can
seeing
do
it working and
pretty
whatnot.
well with this.
But yeah, what I just
With that
noted
role.
in chat there. I have a particular when setting up like trades with craftsmen, I have a particular preference towards ironmongers, blacksmiths, weaponsmiths, specifically weapons, not just like, oh, I'm a black, like specifically like armor
Yeah.
smiths, weaponsmiths, and ironmongers, people that come in without, that are miners basically.
Yes.
And I want to start forming relations with them more so.
Sure.
Because I mean, I see my, these connections. I need to protect this. I need protection, right? So
Mhm.
that is the and those unfortunates that are maybe lost their livelihood, lost their profession, their place of work. Well, Assad has a perfect place for them to work. And those, and I'll look at people and I'll look at them like I'm there. I'm a man of the people. But like if there's a human man that looks like maybe he was like a hard laborer, he's in shape,
Mhm.
and he's out, he can't work because what happened to his house or his land or something, or maybe his herd was slaughtered. Hey, I have an opening. If you basically, I want to start getting more servants of my manner, and the servants that I'm bringing on are armed. They're going to be meant more as guardians, not really in-house, like cleaning the sheets, and clothing. No, these servants that I'm getting on, they're more debt collectors, guardians,
Okay.
watchmen.
Okay. For sure. Because
Security.
you're doing this thing. You hear this deep sort of sigh from behind you, not of almost like exhaustion. You know that voice, your wife. What new news has that? What comes? Hopefully, the rest of our investments have continued to aid us in this new endeavor we find ourselves in.
They do. They do. In fact, I have done some of the calculations, my wife, and it seems that you'll have even a bit of profit. Not a large margin, but a little bit.
That is good. That is good.
We are not losing funds, that's for sure. But, my wife, there will be a higher degree of security here in the manor house. Of
That is
course,
to be expected.
yes, more people that know of our name, that know of where we live, and what we have in storage. There's a higher chance of thieves and other delinquents. But they will it'll be properly dealt with. If you, of course, with your keen mind and eye for appraisal, if you find any other people that have unfortunately lost their livelihoods, and you see them capable of staying awake long nights in guardianship of the manor house, or those that forgive me, I had a moment of back and cough. If you spot anyone that perhaps is capable with a blade or
Yes, I have spoken to many of the wounded we have under our care. I try to put our best face forward. I have spoken to many of them. Thankfully, I believe our association with that knight is beginning to turn a new dawn as a new reputation. I believe we are finding upon the, and she's talking, and she kind of wobbles for a second and like almost like falls, but like holds herself up like on the wall, and like in a rare moment of like breaking of poise here.
I get up like I was holding a quill and I was at a desk. I just suddenly like get up with a reaction of a tiger, the quick reaction of a tiger. I put down the quill and I get up and I approach her, but it's not like I like catch her or anything like that. No, I approach her and I just kind of put a hand on her shoulder, then to the back of her shoulder, to the upper part of her back, and please sit down.
And she like trying to regain composure, but like you just can't snap back to it, and she takes a seat.
And I like kind of scratch her back a bit with my nails, as I sort of usher her forward. Please sit. And I sit with her. We will make it through this. It may be tiresome. There are many unfortunate people here.
Yes, that is true. It is a tireless effort but it is what we both signed up for, as it were. I believe that is an expression I have heard the human servants say in the past. Yes.
I would say it is true, for they are signing up on many things. I gesture to some of the paperwork.
And she takes looks with you at some of these things and like, oh yes, if we do this and that, but and one of the servants sort of comes over. There's always servants nearby you, and saying gives both of you some water, but to Nali first, as she looks a bit more tired. Shall we shall we say, and she laps up that bowl of water. Yes, this is very good news. I will see you for. And she's like, oh, that's right. What time is it? At dinner later, if time permits. Yes. Some others I must see to. She gets up again to go attend the everlasting duties of a lady of the house. But she takes a couple steps forward, and she staggers again, and that like water, and it's like mostly like just water, no food. She like almost like gags and actually sort of falls down, not like down, but like she grabs onto a nearby chair or a sort of a low table, and you can see that like kind of like, heaving, but not letting up to it. And there's a bunch of servants come by and sort of crowd around her, and definitely do crowd far more than the like your trepidatious sort of approach.
I get up and I'm like, give her some space. Help her up. Get her some food. She's obviously hungry. See to it that the lady returns to her.
And they do as you say, and
I get up and I shoo them away from her, and maybe like one of the servants helping her up, and I'm helping her up to her feet.
And there's like a mixture of like pain, just like discomfort, pain, and like a growl, like sneer growl, like fuck, not here, not now, like in front of all these servants, like losing face like this. It's horrible. It's horrible. Damn this day. Me away from the corridor. The people cannot see me like this, see us like this.
It is okay. Don't worry. I will get you there. I'm like walking. I'm trying to just walk with her, moving her, upstairs to a private common room.
I just need a moment. I need just a moment to compose myself. There's too much work to be done. I cannot stop. We've come too far to let us backslide. And what has happened to us, nothing like that can happen again, Azad. Must be always vigilant, always alert. I'm sorry. Has the orc come to speak to you yet? He said he would come. Speak to you more of his desire for minerals and gems and such things. I have not seen him. Perhaps you haven't, but
Knight Corolla.
yes.
He is a notable individual in the community. I believe their people eat not much.
Yes.
He
I believe
is
he's-
a man of humble
Yeah.
ideas.
In time. And she takes some moments, and you stay with her, and thank you, Azad. I am all right.
Go eat something. Rest. Take some time. I'll do what I can down here.
She departs. One of her servants, a human female, escorts her to another room. You have many rooms. As she leaves, still kind of a little weak from like exhaustion, like really tired. We will switch scenes to Rajuloth. And now, what were you saying, Rajuloth?
Okay. Well, Radulov on that time, he would have been figuring out who are the next, very rich, very or sufficiently wealthy people in here that would require of his service. It could be wealthy in any form. Of course, he loves gold, but he's trying to make himself named as the person that makes houses or constructions that hold that held that can resist the attacks, and so he would be waiting, hearing out who also wants a house that can stand an attack like this, and has means that could be cattle, it could be whatever means they could.
So yeah, so I mean there aren't any
one
like
thing.
conventionally wealthy people here, with the exception of Zod. It's not like wealthy like a human city wealthy. It's farmers. Like they don't have like money.
It could be cattle. I mean, you could simply be a farmer with a very large amount of cattle. That that's why I'm saying it doesn't matter the way of the wealth.
The tendency of the town that like property is like really less of a thing. It's a thing, but it's not as much of a thing. But surely, obviously, like Ozad, but of the people, there are a few orc vendors who definitely have a huge amount of land and put out a great output of wine. And indeed, there is a satyr craftsman who works wondrous splendors with wood, and makes some say he can make the wood itself sing, and he sings the wood into the wondrous shapes and beautiful constructions that he makes. Obviously, many of the clergy of Nathraxu, and I say clergy, the magi of Nathraxu and the trolls are well respected here, supremely so.
Well, with these 5 chains, people already have some coins. No one has a lot of wealth on that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know of this satyr, and I'm interested in his carpentry skills. Something else that I would pay mind to, not only who could be wealthy in any sense, but also what kind of workers, like for example that satyr that works wood, and what kind of workers that work stone specifically. Though both wood and stone are used for buildings, but he would be interested in workers that want to make themselves basically have a work in the stone and make themselves some name as good mason workers, and also he, as always, on the lookout for people that may know more of masonry or secrets of masonry that he doesn't, similarly to the carpentry. He already has ears on that satyr that you mentioned, so he's gonna go look at his work and stuff. But so basically what he would do at first is look at the rumors, and I know very well this town, and yeah, I mean, so something he probably did on the 5 cycles before this is, after finishing his house, not the one that he has near to Assad, but he actually finished the other one. After finishing it, he would have sold that one and sold the house that was formerly of his father, and basically
hold on. Like So you got the new house from Fexa
Yes.
like a chain and a half ago. Because that happened.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. Okay. No, that would I just be trying to
Like
I
you-
would be trying to sell it though. Um, and that would be a new thing. But basically, because like we moved, as we worked near on the when we were working those 5 cycles, it
Well,
wasn't.
I don't want to go back in
practical.
time to the 5 cycles. I want to like know what are you
I
trying
know.
to do now? Are you trying to
I'm
get
just-
like a
Yeah, basically, I'm trying to say that right now I have a house near like a 1 hour walk, 1 hour ferrum walk.
Yeah,
to-
you do.
to,
That's right.
You know, larger, much larger than the other one. Not tall,
Mhm.
but you know, it's a squat building. It's a ferrum building.
Mhm.
And I have my tools there. Like I moved everything I had from my former house there,
Yeah.
and I live near the houses of these elders that they also moved. I was looking for the rumors. I told you. I mean, any kind of wealth, um, you know, just one stater. That's the only person that has in the town. I
You're
mean,
following rumors of wealth. Is that what you're?
yeah, like
Okay.
like knowing who got wealth and who wants to protect it, basically.
So okay. So
Protected with the stones and stuff, not be object of the pillagings, and you know,
okay.
whether it's cattle, whether it's wealth in any sense, you know, it's the
Yeah.
old world. Gold
So
is not the only.
okay, fine, fair enough. You have your you know this town very well, and you know many people. You don't know everybody, but you know many of the people. And there's you keep hearing about this one guy called Kantos. He's one of the people who talked to Azad, way back when he first came here, and he's doing really well for himself now. He's one of the sort of first buy-ins, as it were, and he, you've heard of him. He owns like a, he and
What's the name?
his family have a a farm, but with better tools, gold coins, which can be used to purchase other things. His land has grown. He and his family have grown and sort of done increasingly well for themselves over the several cycles since since then. And you don't think any of the sirens have like preyed upon his field, which is pretty like far inland. It's not near the beach, so that makes sense. There are a few different crops that he and his family tend to: grapes, potatoes, and a small bit of corn are grown in different areas in different fields. So you know of him. That's a name that stands out to you.
What's the name again and species?
Kantos. He is a satyr.
Okay.
So where are you right now?
Right now, let's say I'm in my home, like right now, to do the scene where Taholics comes. I will be on my home, inside my home, thinking like
Okay.
on my home, looking at the forge. There's this strange crystal I'm still tinkering with.
Yeah, that's
Um,
you have that for sure.
Yeah. So I'm basically at my home right now, in a corner, in the side of the forge, with my leaves like rolled, and the sweat, and I don't have like the leather thing on top of me because it's this sweat from the heat.
Yeah. So yeah.
Indeed. So you may at any point come to Hooks.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that was happening. Okay. All right, well, I give it over
Yeah.
to you, Hollis.
He said it in the chat.
I've made daily checkups on all of the corpses I buried at the beach to make sure that the level of contamination
Yeah.
is not getting out of hand. So every day, well, at least for the coming Shane, I would be going there just to make regular checkups on it. And do I notice any irregularities?
No, due to your extreme and tireless diligence, as far as you are aware, as far as where the dead are laid to rest, what remains of them, nothing spreads. The threat of infection, at least from the corpses, is pretty well contained, and with every day, that sense that you sense less and less contamination from them.
Pleased with the results, I start hunting and do some light mining as well, where I can find the needed material for replenishing my personal arsenal, for now that I am aware that this creature, this monster, is prowling relatively nearby. I need to replenish what I have and maybe even set up ambush and gather a hunting party. So I vary from, walking around to even flying over the woods in order to find beasts for their leather. I walk around in the various mines and even going close to small lakes if I think I can go in there and not sink immediately to get the bog iron out of the mud, gathering what minerals and such I can before, in a very almost, one could say, even dramatic way, one can see the Ugathea household, Rarjulof in there just minding his own business, and one day he just hears a loud outside of his home.
Whoa! Oh! Whoa! Like he goes, worried to the window, like trying to see, just an eye coming out of the wooden thing, like where he's gotta immediately, go and hide somewhere in his house. And he's like, oh.
And then you see Turlix rising from a minor crater he made by landing, stretching those stony wings. My arms, I have several pouches on me with various, there's a filled and tied, like hanging from a very loose and poorly made belt, and over along my arms, holding as much as I can, there are like ores of iron and just several layered hides and animal skins upon me as I just nod towards you, and I look towards your home and but more gesturing if I can be allowed to enter.
Okay, for reference, my home looks like a larger, way squatter version of this. Like you could see more windows at the sides, basically, but the design of the door, the triangular ferrum design for the windows, and of course everything made of stone, and if you knew inside, there's even a bit of metal on some walls. Like just like beams, not the actual wall metal. He like after he recovers from the shock, and he opens his two doors, the triangular pathways inwards. He goes like, "Oh, yeah, you come in, you can come in, yes, please." And I go out and I like very a welcoming gesture towards you.
I walk in, and you can easily recognize the various supplies I have on me. You can notice that's iron, some more leathers there, and stuff. Maybe even bones and some such. As I walk in and try to over there's your forge. As I look towards you, can I stand in your house, or do I need to crouch because I am 7 feet tall, even with my wings folded the tiny bit they can be folded?
I'd say you can. I made a house so that if it was necessary, an ogre would come in, but he would feel like uncomfortable. For example, it inside 9 feet up, but not beyond that.
So I stand in your home and I look towards you.
In your forge.
Yes. Okay. Let me clear some things from it. Sure. Someone like you, yeah. Feel yourself at home. There are several things I could take care of right now. I'll let you. Please, just wait for me a moment. And you see a very strange mineral there. I don't know if you have ever seen it. And then, I think, your visit was unexpected, and that mineral is kind of like a secret. I'm thinking probably shouldn't have seen that, but I take a very weird liquid, kind of silvery liquid, into some metal containers that I quickly shut and put some locks in. And it certainly came out of other containers near the fire, near the forge.
Not particularly interested in such. I walk over to your smithing area. You have a table over here, and I just put down chunks of iron and several hides and such. And even remove the belt I have with 3 pouches hanging tied to it. And I look towards the forge. If it's already hot, I'll start working immediately.
Yeah.
If not, I start tending to the fire. Putting in putting in some more coal and some such, even some wood I have myself gathered. So placing it in there, and just start working. Simultaneously on several projects. While I wait for the iron to melt inside, I'll start shaping and working on some wood, and just let leathers hang and dry from various racks, and maybe even just tying them to sticks and standing them outside so that the sun may dry them. And I just work without talking.
As you start placing yourself and waiting for such thing to heat and such, I say,
don't feel yourself at home, but please don't eat any of that or any of that. I start pointing basically at everything, tools, because I know you eat minerals, and it's you know what? I'll bring something you can eat. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, just wait a moment for me. But don't eat any of that.
And then I go to some what's the word, drawer. I take some smelly, probably rotten already, scavenge type meat. Go, and it's it's not cooked. It's just it's meat rotten, smells awful. Just put there, and it's not a large quantity either. It's like a hand, like a fist size, amount of meat. And I go, wait a moment for me. I'm
I'm gonna go. There's some tasty. And I start like talking about minerals outside, and I'm saying tasty to you because of course I don't care for the taste, but surely you find them tasteful. So I go outside my house and get some rocks that you may enjoy. I of course know the names of the different types of rocks, such, and
I
I'll
let you
just
do. I let you do gather such material as I work very single-mindedly, drying the leathers, the branching various types of wood and such that I have saved over there, and wait for iron to melt. Just watching the flames. As you return with whatever stuff you have gathered, I open one particular pouch and hold out another arrowhead, and hold it towards you. Do you know what steel is?
Good question. I don't think I would know.
No.
Yes, I don't think I would know because steel was after Bay. I mean, I certainly have never worked it, but maybe I would know. It depends of whether steel would be before the attack before the Civil War in Bale was still existing.
I do believe so.
Like,
a few
were there any wars?
thousand cycles before.
If there were any wars between Ferrum and Baigish, I probably would know of a metal that seemed to crush iron because I have a history for it, and I certainly
don't forget you were born here.
Yes, but I asked my parents about that's why I have a history for it. I ask everything to my parents, and they know, and they're firm, and they remember.
Yeah,
that's my history for it.
The Baigish are like bogeymen. They're assholes. They're
yeah, sure.
They enslave everybody. Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know of steel then. Okay.
So to you, I'm just holding out a bit of. It looks like polished iron. Maybe it's not silver. It doesn't have the shine of silver, but it's not really iron either. I'm just holding it towards you like I think you would appreciate or think it's valuable or some such.
That is the arrowhead I look at it very puzzled. I don't where did you find us? I say as I take it to my hands and try to inspect it more closely.
Cold arbor. It is steel. Vikish steel.
Vikish. Well, you're giving it to me. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Thank you. I'll see what I can do to this. You can see I see it with kind of a disgust, but at the same time I seem very interested in it. I already licked the arrow, I smell the metal. It's like, oh, this is completely new. And I go and put it in a place, and I say, oh, the rocks that I put with the meat in the table, and the table is rock, as are some chairs because they actually have to manage the weight of ferrum that are actually heavy. I put some next to the meat, and there are some rocks. Everything inside the chalk circle, everything chalk triangle, everything of that is edible for you. Everything outside, please. Those are my things. But I thank you for your business. And you. Let me tell you, you did something for I won't forget. You saved my life in the field there. I'm gonna accept this as a gift, not as payment. This is a gift. I accept it. You don't have to come with gifts every time. They'll always be appreciated. But it's not necessary. You got my back. You got my back at the battlefield. I might not be here without you. I won't. I won't. I won't. I won't say no to a gift. But this is a gift. You stay. You can use my force. There are many things I have to do. You can use my force. Just remember everything inside the chalk triangle. That you can eat. You're welcome to it.
And I continue to work, maybe take some of those rocks that he looked for me and the dank ass meat he put on a table. I'm not a picky eater. Down the granite gullet it goes. As I keep working both in leatherworking, bowier, and blacksmithing.
I take out some paper, some what's the name? Papyrus. Well, the paper these people use, and make like some drawings. Holix is far away, but I'm actually thinking about the way that all the Ferrum buildings that have stood for so long, have stood for so long. You know how they were made, like the walls for the wars, the towers, like how were those structures, and I'm thinking how would they be done here, how would they be done in this kind of structure or in this kind of terrain, and I'm thinking that as I am sketching, thinking,
Okay.
oh, what amount of material, you know.
Alright. Jesus Christ.
I want you to count here.
Son of a bitch. Wow. That is a nice roll.
I was fully prepared not to give it to you. This is supremely difficult to do, but
41 on blacksmithing.
well, okay then. This was supposed to be a roll just to give it to you and then not give you anything, but since Holix's brain doesn't care at all about conversation and focuses solely on one thing, 100% of his mind. So you see, as you're methodically going about, you're reforging these arrowheads, the exact same movement every time. It's mechanical. And you scanning this workshop, this home, this forge place of Radulov. You see his things he's working on, the tools, tongs, anvils, and such things. You see upon the one of these tables, amidst a pile of sort of disheveled, or disheveled is the wrong one, discarded molds, like you would pour like molten metal into. Many of them are bent, bowed out. Some are cracked. Some are of iron. Some are of like ceramic, like clay or ceramic, something like that. This is a mold of copper, which seems to make no sense. Perhaps with a 41, copper is a fairly soft metal, but fair enough. But in this mold, if you envision it like a mold for an ingot, right? There is a kind of, it almost looks like a crystal, but not quite as shiny or glimmering as like a ruby or a diamond, but a dull, semi-translucent material that seems to have features of both metal and of crystalline material, of that stone. It's a dark red color that seems to be half, like, partially melted and melded into this mold, this copper mold, and you can see on the exterior of the mold, like along the underside and on the sides in different places, almost like it's stained a kind of greenish coloration to it, almost like the copper has been oxidized, but that can't be. It doesn't make any sense. You've heard of such things before, of a material orichalcum.
If I have heard of it, it's far back in another life's memory.
It is. You don't even know where it came from, that word. Like how it leapt into your mind. A very old thing, and you brief glimpses, like just snapshots of times before the Shadow Purge, even, of weapons being used by strange species that you do not have names for, and you do not have any recollection of. They look like alien to you. Using such weapons in battle, fighting other species that are equally as alien to you. Just a brief snapshot that you feel this, and you know that's what it is. At least the alloy of these two substances.
While I do not halt my blacksmithing work as it continues in this almost machine-like manner, I do tilt my head that way and recognize it and mark it in my mind as some anomaly I did not expect or some such, but I do not inquiry of it at the moment, as I am focusing on my work, while the leather is drying out there and I have, the wood being prepared over here. I am now forging the metal, and it may take several hours. I am making, a multitude of arrowheads, good for piercing the tough hide of whatever beast I might encounter. Making them over there, and because I am now getting more material and more, weaponry, I need a better belt and stuff to hold my various weaponry on, so I am forging a big belt buckle as well. And then once I've done that, I am, because I've been remembering more and more of both Ginnungagap, of Glot, of other my past lives, an image came to my mind of an axe, and the memory is very distinct in my mind, as it is of Glot, that one being that was more in tune with Drows than I was. And the axe was great and mighty, and in an almost compulsive manner I feel a need to forge a replica or something like it, even if I am not particularly good with such weaponry, or at least not yet. I feel a need to forge it.
Okay. Now,
by the way, as Tolix was forging, there's a point I say, well, I have some things to do nearby. I know I can trust my home to you. Remember, everything inside that chalk triangle, everything inside that's what's edible. I trust you, my home. I'll go attend to my business. I think good things are coming for me. Good things are coming. Okay. Take good care. Bye. But that was like some half hour later of me sketching the things.
Okay.
I don't even respond.
If something happens to my... Oh yeah, I know. Like I'm thinking, oh, this is awesome. If something happens to my home, there's the gargoyle already protecting it. It's awesome. But and I take the color. Really, the only reason I didn't take the gold coins that I've been collecting for so long and my color with me the other time was because of what Nazvok said of Coralla saying that greedy ferrum, that and I'm thinking, said Oh,
Oh. Oh.
and I go out looking like that as the Holix makes his ancestral, incredibly awesome axe head and stuff.
And with that, change of scene again to the Longhouse. Far more crowded than it was, even with the full contingent of Azad's retinue. I see you, Nazvog. There are many of the remaining servants who have left behind, Iowa, of course, amongst them, but many wounded and many people, although many of the wounded people are on the mend. Some of the people who have like non-life-threatening injuries are either not here anymore or almost fully on the mend or are helping out themselves to help other family members, other people. The smell of sweat and of people in an enclosed proximity. There's also even still the slight foul smell as people who are too wounded to get up and relieve themselves have to use chamber pots and such things, and that being taken out and disposed of. There are the occasional moans of people who are still convalescing, of the cries and the din of children, some who will never know the joys of a family. Again, some who are simply waiting for one or perhaps more of their parents or guardians or even extended family to recover. We find you here in this place, Iowa, looking somewhat scatterbrained, is going from person to person to do what she can to help in this time. People gathering water, bringing it back, what food is available to get that distributed. There's the smell of sort of thick soups being put on the over the fire. That earthy smell of cooked vegetables and some amount of meat as well, or perhaps shellfish. Yep. And you are here, having just departed from Lucas. Oh. Wait, no, that's not true. It's not just immediately after that, but yeah, I give the scene over to you and your new domain. And I want you to describe more of the Longhouse and how it has changed from.
So is this 2 days later, like for everybody else, or is this?
Yes, I'm sorry. This is. You're
Okay.
with the time skip as well. My
Okay.
mistake.
So basically, the Longhouse is no longer the den of opulence that it once was. Like basically, all the furniture has been moved out. Like everything that can be moved out has been moved out. Most of the floor is covered with a maze of just woven mats, and you can see Akara Hain surrounded by some of the children over in one of the corners, and she's just like weaving together more of the maps just so that more people have places to sleep. In the back room where Azad and Ali once held pride of place, that's now been converted over into like a full-time infirmary, so that the people who are like deadly ill or like seriously grievously wounded can have like a separate place where they can be attended to. Fortunately, one of the surviving members of Azad's fired servants knew a little bit about being a barber, and so she right now is kind of holding court back there, doing the best she can with the limited abilities that she has. There's a lot of fish because pretty much every day, Nasbog, as soon as she awakens, she's hauling a net as large as she possibly can up, or full of fish up to, try to feed these people. So like, there's, so that these people have enough to eat, because, clearly there's not, most of these people can't provide for themselves at this point. It's not like this is great farmland, though, like, those who can are, working to the best of their abilities to try to, like, grow some crops around here. But, Nasbog is doing all that she can to make sure that these people have food to eat. Then she's, having some of the ogres and herself head back down to the water, hauling lots of water back up every day. Every day, everyone that's able is engaging in training on how to use a dikembe, because there were a lot of those left over, and we hauled them up to the longhouse. So everyone's like, I have some familiarity with how to use them. The ogres clearly are proficient in combat, so everyone is learning how to defend themselves, and this is mandatory. Everyone who is able to is learning how to defend themselves, including the children. This isn't like Azad being like, oh yeah, you can leave. No, if you're here, you are doing what I'm telling you to do. Every couple of days, we're having singing lessons so that people can emote in a structured way, so that people can deal with the horrifying violence that they had to deal with in a positive manner, and they can process it without having to like really go in and talk to people about it. Although of course we are also having discussions like Kvega Thalian support groups for people to discuss like the complete horror that they've had to deal with, because Nasbog has dealt with this shit by herself, and she knows that like it's horrifying, and she wants to make sure that these people don't have to deal with it like she did. So she's doing her best to provide an environment that encourages them to grow and encourages them to deal with the trauma that they've experienced in a positive way. So so she's leading that. She is at night she's taking a turn guarding the longhouse just as well as everybody else who's able-bodied. Everybody's taking time guarding. She's doing her best to try to get everybody who can to put their skills to good use to provide for this little community that's kind of sprung up. She's not really a great manager. Like she's more because that's just not like, she doesn't have like the academic knowledge. She doesn't have the like experience of like I can have a list of all these people and this is what these people are good at and I'll assign them here and here and here. No, she's just kind of like going with it as well as she can. And she's also super tired, so she's not like completely thinking clearly. But she's doing her best to try to get everybody able to express their strengths as best they can. One of the other surviving servants from Azad's manor, or he is a potter. That's his trade, and so we're working on getting some sort of kiln set up for him. But like Nasbog doesn't know anything about that, So like she's just kind of like leaving it to him, and just like hopefully he can get that set up so that he can do something, so that like he feels actualized, and like he can provide a little bit of some sort of trade for the little community here. But she's also going around to everybody, what is your name? What did you do? I need to know this, and like getting to know everybody, making sure that they know that they're like appreciated, that she understands what they've been through, and that she, unlike all these other fuckers who are just like gonna abandon them to all get murdered, is like here to teach you how to take care of yourself and to protect you in the case that you cannot do so.
Okay.
And so that's her main thing. She's that's basically it.
Okay. That's very good. So we'll open to the scene. I want you to make me a streetwise roll as you're trying your first efforts into. This is more, to my mind, a streetwise than a diplomacy. You're tying together all of these things and being a leader.
15.
Okay. So you are. It is supremely taxing for you, as you have described. You have literally no time in these past, however long you've been doing this, to yourself, or even for Sanem.
Yeah.
She's being like fed, but
Yeah.
those maternal moments are a distant memory, since the needs of all of these people, all of these crying voices, requires every ounce of your physical, mental, and emotional strength. Sleep, you wake up, you work, and you sleep, and you wake up, and you work. But it is paying off, as other people are helping you as well, and as more people are on the mend, more are adding to that. And for the first time in days, you find yourself with a bit of surprise, having like a few moments that you don't immediately have to do something, and sort of, there was there, as well as that ogre whose name is Karn. I believe I've set something up. Be good. Make pots, containers, water, chamber pots, urns, hold, tools, other such things in. There are some things still in the basement of the house, which I am using.
Yes, this is fine.
Identifying that. Replicating, yes, that is the word. He does not speak, well the tongue of man, but he does, nonetheless. He is there, and Akala and her children are in another room. They are. The children are okay physically. Akala, though she was not pierced or torn asunder by Dokimbi, she suffered some internal injuries, some broken ribs, and such, in the fracas and chaos of that evening. That is, she's still mending. She's sore, but she's at this point, able to move around and whatnot, but she's resting. But it is you and Aowa in this moment. It seems like we haven't had any time to even think, and I don't even know how long. People seem to be getting better.
This is good. If you work, if you give yourself to work with others, you do not feel the pain so much. It is good.
I suppose, but I don't really have an opportunity to feel anything. And I'm happy to have this. We have this moment to just hear ourselves think. It's good. I think everyone who's here is going to be all right. No one, the worst of the wounded. I don't think we will see any more people dying.
Yes, until next time.
I don't want to think about that. You think there will be a next time?
There will be a next time. This is what we prepare for. We make ourselves strong. We make them strong, that we may properly defend ourselves. But they will come again. Someone will come again. It may not be these sirens. It may not be my contaminated people. But others will come. This is the way of things. They know we are weak. They know we are defenseless. They know the orcs. They hide. So they will come. They will take. Or they will try. But we will stop them.
And she opens her mouth to say something and closes it. But
Go.
I hope so.
Say what you think. It is fine.
Just how can you be so sure? Why? So many of them died. So can the world really be so cruel as that? These things are inevitable?
This is not the first time I have dealt with this. I do not think it will be the last. If we do not prepare, if we are not ready for the cruelty of this place, then it will take us. We can only work to prevent it. We do not react to it.
What about weren't you given permission to build the walls? They have them in Karth. The city has never been overrun by the Chimbui or by any of the disgusting people outside.
The orcs should build these walls. They are the ones who know. They are the ones who see now what the value of what I say. And the walls will not protect us against the shores. They know this. The walls would have done nothing against the sirens. The walls will do nothing when other invaders come. We are the ones. We are to prepare. There are ways to defend ourselves against the sea, and we will do these things.
How?
We must construct barricades. You know how we built the pikes under the sands. We did this, but we were not ready to use them. We will prepare ourselves so that when danger comes, we will use them. You will know this is what you must do when they are coming. We will have lookouts. We will have people to watch the seas, to let us know when danger is coming, so that we may be prepared. That we will practice. We will practice to be ready, so that each of us knows our place. Each of us knows, this is what I must do when danger comes. We will do all these things, and we will prepare ourselves so that we may protect the people of this land. We who have lost so much will make sure that they do not lose more. It is our burden.
What about those others? The people from the west, Phylexians. They're offering to protect the people in this place. Can't we just let them? Or can't we use their help? They have weapons. Many of them do. At least those that are here. Or
I asked
what about...
I asked to speak to them. Their leader, he come at sometime, I think, to speak with us, to see what we have done. But they work in the farms. What can they do for us here? We are at the front line. They are the front line out there, and their help is appreciated because they are wise, they are smart, they know they must protect the weak. But they are not here.
We'll need a lot more things, a lot more hands, a lot more supplies. We're going to build more pikes and these barriers, you say.
Yes, but for now we must focus on the people. Once we have the people, once the people are ready, then we can all work together to do these things, and it would be much easier. It is not a job for me and you. Not me and you and Akala. No. Not me, you, and JC. No. It's a job for all of us. Together. This is how we protect ourselves, by working together. It's one.
She nods, like takes another deep breath before, breaks over. More work to be done. She gives you a final look, and it gives you a smile, like it's forced. Not like she's not sincere, but like there's so much work to be done. She's just forcing through that to show you some compassion and kindness. She has not.
Before she turns away, I just say, "Hey, well, I am sorry this life has chosen you, but we must rise to overcome it. We must be better than the things that we have suffered."
I know. It's not all bad. And she turns, but brushes her hand upon you as she leaves and is back to the many people who demand all of your attentions. And with that, Rajuloth, you can enter the scene and arrive at this place. With the smell of many fish.
There will be somebody standing at the door, either an ogre or probably a human woman holding a dikembe. Maybe a satyr, but probably not.
Sure. With who do I? It would be fun to see who's there. Radulov comes there. I don't know if I can see maybe outside or if it is inside that I can see some people practicing, weapon skills. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it looks very different than how you left it. The start of that stone wall you built is still there, but now you hear the sounds of many voices. There are a lot of the grass is sort of completely trodden down and trodden off. Because there are children running around, and there are people outside. There are basins of water, rags and clothing are being washed There's a complete din of activity, which you can also hear coming further up, way down the hills, farther along from Azad's manor house as well. There's a similar kind of amounts of activity of people, a relief effort of sorts being done here. Well, you see some humans sort of pitifully wielding or trying to go through some motions with the Dokimbi, a weapon you almost felt the bite of upon your flesh several times.
I actually didn't know it once in my shoulder. I when I see that, I make like a thing with my shoulder, and it's like, oh, so good. When I see that Dokimbi, those Dokimbis. Of course, being amateurly swung, not like the warriors that came here. They're still learning, if I get it correctly.
Yeah.
But still, it's that menacing Dokimbi that actually pierced my flesh deep into my shoulder. Which I can now, move again better. It's not so. What kind of guardian do I find?
Yeah, so there's an ogre and there's a sort of a human also out there. They're less like, guards of a sort. Well, the ogre is. I used to be a guard, under another employer. Sort of outside, not like on prim and proper on either side of the door, but just sort of standing, in front of the
kind of casually. Okay. So I'm gonna look to whoever of them that is male. I'm not actually directed to the human because I know Pokemon. Yeah, okay. I talk to the human in Pogonese, to both really. I like look at both, but I speak in Pogonese.
Who are you?
Hey, I'm Radulov. I built this place. Surely you have heard of Radulov Logarthulgatha.
No, I don't know you.
Well, that's a shame, but you surely you will know better in the future. That's a shame. Any case, I come here looking for, and I say the name of the old male son of, the Hain family. I've heard he's being taken care of here.
There's no males unless you're talking about a child.
I have
Are-
no
For the
idea.
Haines.
Are you
My
talking-
understanding was that there was an adult male.
No, he died.
He died. The
What
wife,
is
the
he
wife,
He's
one of
a
the
child.
wives is the only one left.
Oh, okay, then to the wife. Yeah, I know that these people still,
Many people are here. Those who are survived, those who are wounded from the attack, are here. Are you here to drop off supplies or to give assistance?
Well, that could be talked about. Certainly, we could talk about that. Maybe even some jobs for some people that may want them. But for now, I'd like to speak with the wife of the man. Well, what was her name again? Women.
I don't know.
Oh,
Dozens and dozens of people here. I do not know who you speak. Many people are
Well, the
without
Hain family.
homes, without.
you know me. You know about me, and you know about the Hain family. Okay. Well, I've heard this place is under the administration. I again look at that very amateurs, still amateur. Trying to military of these people. With the Dokimbis of Nazvog. It was Nazvog, I think. Nazvog Unash.
I remember you. And he sort of backs off and that's Vog. Says a human male. This his name escapes me. That Ferrum from the night at the manor house is here to see you.
All right, and I look up from.
Somebody else. I didn't catch the name. So many here. I don't know everyone who's convalescing here. But
Yeah, I look up from just kind of like making sure that one of the people who's resting on one of the mats is doing okay, and I say, this one comes for more. Yes, I see. I will go speak to him, and I'll head on out. Um, Sonam, you stay inside. Yes, you play with the children. Now, what is this? What do you see? Rajulot, what do you
Hello,
want with this?
Nazvog Unast. Yes, yeah, well, you see, we both know what happened. It's unfortunate. I've lost a dear friend of my father and mine. Of course, many lives were lost.
You see, at least when I talk about the friend, you see that I clearly am definitely touched by the tragedy.
But okay, but I come here because I think, as you would have heard, unfortunately you did not stay, but that's okay. I want to basically, I think already Corral has come to his senses. Anything he had against the firm, he already said, I want the walls, I want something built. You, Rajulov, he already said it. But I'm thinking, I remember Vale, I remember the structures that can be put in place for prevention of attacks, and I think
Like I look at you upwards and down and upwards again.
you obviously know, you must know, as I know my people, I think you know your people, so I know good defenses, but you know how they attack. So I was thinking there should be a place on the shore, or several places, and this could be a very good start. This could be a very good start, but several places where we arm it. I'm sure people cannot make individual, nor it would be efficient to make individual little armors, but just like a big place. If an attack comes, people can flee and go inside that place. Like this is a big place. I look at the longhouse. It could be here. We could arm this place even further. It held already an attack, but of course for that there would be a need of all the workers to be fed, all the materials to be brought from wherever they are to here. Of course, all the suppliers of these materials would have to be paid. Of course, would get a payment out of that. But mostly, what I want when I with building of this, as I would have said, the main payment that I want, I'll just get the payment that the regular worker gets. I can get that payment. That's okay. But the main payment that I want is I want everyone to know. I want the payment of word. I want everyone to know that Rajulov Zogathougafea is the one that is administrating this defense. That is why I apologize. That is why I could not take the work the last time, because you wanted me to work in secret, and I don't know. Then I lower my voice. You were speaking to the orcs. You obviously have not a great respect towards them. I have some respect, but I obviously there's much about them that displeases me, to say the least. I don't trust them. You say I build a wall, and then they say, oh, Rajulov built the wall, but I don't trust them to do that. I think they would say, oh, a wall is built, but I don't like the Ferrum, so surely this orc built the wall. It wasn't Rajulov, and then of course, if they think that orc built the wall, then that orc's gonna try to build other walls, and he's gonna fail because my wall, right? Then a lot more people would die, and they would suffer, because Rajulov is the one who knows about walls. But if I make a place, I make this place stood, and people are saying, this is the place who stood. People remember that's the place who stood, and now people are saying, oh, people are being fed there, people are giving jaw there, and I was here at the start of that, and you are now administrating this. I'm very surprised by this, but I see there's more to you than the woman who calls on crabs. I can see that now. But there's also more to be said about me, and this is where I started. I can keep on working in here. as the first place of defense, and after others see, oh, this was the best place of defense not once but twice, thrice, then people will start asking, oh, Rajulov, come make another one here. And the people that helped build on this longhouse, they could go other places. I have heard you're teaching people skills that are important of war. I don't know much appreciation for those weapons, but yeah, you know, those people can go to the other places and teach, and I can teach some of those people how to do masonry. It would take them a lot of time, but I can teach. I can teach. At least the necessary for making proper walls. And you know, we can start here and continue something that I'm sure your grandchildren. I wanted to ask you how many cycles old are you, and how many cycles old does your species survive? Because this is something if it goes well, your grandchildren will be dealing with me on the furthering of this project. Of course, I will give, if this goes well, a great name of you, as surely they would have been given of their mother, for that would be your daughter, or however customs you have. You know, because you have this, I know you, because of the rumors that spread quickly. You're obviously a person that has great care for the people, and I'm obviously a person that has seen great suffering put among the people I was there. I fought, not long. No, I'm not an Oran. I didn't, you know, but I can make my name here. You can make something that will last. Not only for this long house, but you know, several. Last after your cycles are done, and when your grandchildren are here, they can say, "Oh, my grandmother started this." That can start with us here right now, making this kind of deal. How does that sound to you? I can educate some of your people for the stone masonry and properly direct them. It brings some of my people so they can make the work that needs the most, you know, the work that a person that's just been taught cannot do. But, you know, there's a lot to be taught here and a lot that can be built. What do you say?
This is not a place for payment. This is not a place for bargains. This is not a place for making your name. This is not a place for taking advantage of these people who have suffered more than you will ever know. This is a place for giving humbly. We come here, we work for each other. We do not work for ourselves. We give. We give all we have. If you may build what you wish, go build. This is fine. But if the coward, Rajulov Ugathea, wishes to come here and say, we should speak well of him because he comes and says, oh, I will take this payment for my work. No. This is not going to happen. You must come humbly. You must come in service of these people who need help. You do not come and say, oh, yes, we make a deal. We make a deal because I need to profit off of these poor people. No, these people, they need help. They do not need your assistance. This is not the way that you deal with the vulnerable, that you deal with the weak. I have seen more in my short life than you will ever know. This is sick that you come here and you try to profit off these people. You may do what you wish. You may bow to the orcs and do what they say. This is fine. You may do very many great things. You may build the wonderful wall, protect the town. This is wonderful.
Which is protecting your people.
You do not come and say, oh, yes, spread my glory, spread my benevolence, because I am so wonderful to come here and share what I have. No, you do not share. You are like Azad. You come and you pretend to give. You pretend to deal with the vulnerable, the weak, those who do not understand, and you take. You feed off of them. This is not the way that things must be.
Well, maybe you. I don't know if you catch it, so I'd like to ask the question. What did I say would be my payment? Because I
You
said
said your payment is to spread the glory of Rajuloth. Ugathea, the benevolence of this man who comes in here and says, oh, I will help you. I will do these things for you. I will teach you because I am wonderful. No, this is not what happens. You come here humbly. You come here and you say, yes, I am going to help. There is nothing I require from you. I am here to help because I wish to help, not because I wish for someone to speak well of me, not because I wish for someone in 3 generations from now to speak of my name. No, it is because these people matter. That is what is important. These people are vulnerable. That is what must be taken into account, not some future in which your grandchildren say, oh, Rajuloth was wonderful. Oh, Nesvog, she was so great. No. If my grandchildren do not know my name, this is fine. I live the way that I know must be done. I do not
do you
look
want
for
to have
glory.
grandchildren? Would you like your grandchildren to be alive? Would you like the grandchildren of those that are far away, not these well-built longhouse that I designed, as you will know? Do you like to have a discussion with me and have a moral argument, or would you like that the people that are far away from here have good settlement, good place where they can be properly protected, just as the people here have it? You know, I'm not asking
build
more.
for them, then.
I'm not asking.
We will defend
But
ourselves. If you wish to
You
build on the
think-
beach, you
but
build
you
on the
think-
beach. This is
Yeah,
fine.
but you think
It is not my beach.
What do you think? What do you think is more efficient? You talk about you want an efficient. You want to protect as much people as possible. This is correct, right?
I protect those who need it. That is all.
Correct. You'd like to protect as much of those who need it as possible, so that a lot of people, like the people that died, so much body, so much rot, is not smelled. You'd like to protect as much people as possible, or just the people that manage to come to your longhouse, those that are lucky enough to live near you. Those are the only ones you care about. Because if that's true, I have nothing to speak here. Because you only care about those that live near here, and that's okay. You know, I have nothing against that. I'm not coming here to make moral judgment of you, and I don't come here for other people to make moral judgment of me. I don't expect you to say I'm wonderful. I don't expect you to say, oh, how compassionate he is. No, the only thing I want people to know, and that is to know, not to say something that is not true. What I want people to know is that I make good walls. I make good,
That is wonderful. You go
solid,
build the walls.
sturdy building. If people know that, then people know who to call so that they can be better protected. Let me tell
So
you
that
something.
you can make more money. We know this. This is not a hidden motive, sir.
It's not about only my money. It's about
Oh.
this land.
Oh, okay. This is fine. I understand. Yes. But again, you may build your walls. I am not preventing this from happening. But for you to come to say, we must spread the name of the coward who would not act according to his conscience, of the one who is afraid to defend the community until someone else said it was okay. I will not do so.
When did I
This
do
is
that
not the thing
according
that I
to my
will do. You may argue all you wish. This is not the thing I will do. You do not follow your conscience.
When did
You
I
follow
act
your
against
fear.
my conscience? I was never afraid. If you think I was afraid, you're being a poor judge of character.
You fear the orcs. I know this. This is fine. This is fine. It is reasonable, but I cannot do this. I must act according to the things I
There
know.
was a species long ago. I don't remember the name, but that's a telling of this species that was before the counting of the cycles, many generations of pharaohs ago. Now our generations are that's a wide amount of time. You know why they died? They were very intelligent species. They were very good species, except for one minor flaw. That was very great. You know what was their flaw? They had no fear. They had zero fear. Being a coward is not about having fear. Having fear doesn't make you a coward. But to not do what you must do because you're afraid, that makes you a coward. What I'm doing, I'm thinking
exactly what I say.
cycle.
This is what I say. You did not do what you must do to protect the community because you were afraid.
If I had made that wall, more lives would have died. Not in the place I made the wall, but in other places. Not immediately, but among the cycles. I need you to think wider than just a little longhouse in one place of the shore on the cycles that you're alive. I'm trying to think here on the long-term effect that this would have, not just for me, but for my community. It is true, I care about my name. Okay, I care about my name. You don't care about yours. I respect that. You have different interests that I do. But if you dismiss me because I care about my name, and you dismiss me just because of that, you are going to dismiss. You talk about pride. Yeah, well, let me tell you, you will be dismissing this, and that will be not the first time you, because of pride or because of righteous, holy anger, whatever it is, you lose an opportunity to save more lives because you feel morally superior to others. I'm not here saying I'm morally superior to you. You may be morally superior to me. I don't care about that. I know I love my friends. I don't want them to be hurt. I know I owe to the people of this town, to the humans of this town, I owe them for what they did to my family. I know I owe them because this land, even if it's not really my own land, it's still a land which I am habitating. I have debts to that. Not that they would ask me of them, but I know that I have them. This is morality to me. This is morality to me. Now, if you're going to dismiss every person that has a different morality to you, but comes here with a deal that will make other people be safe, I ask nothing that will be telling other people that the construction that was made was secure, and that this person that made the construction.
Make people safe. You do this. Go ahead. No, Nazgul will not stop you.
But I am trying to make a deal with Nazgul.
There is no deal to be made. We have nothing to give. All we have is given to those who need it.
I show. You obviously have something to give. You're giving to them. What I'm telling you is
to the people who need it, not to you and your wealth, you and your massive house, you and your wealthy sponsors. You have these things. These people have nothing.
Well,
why should I give to you?
I tried, Nazvog. I hope that you are well. I hope that you're still alive after the next raiders come by. I hope that well, I'll just leave it at that. I'm really sorry about this. I just asked you the same that you give the others that are here helping, that the workers' wage that I asked of you was merely to be fed. That is okay. You will not fed those that come here to help you. That is okay. You have said your piece. You have said your piece. And that is the only thing I asked for myself. That is all. I start walking away.
Alright, yeah, I will head back inside and start checking on everybody, making sure everybody's still good.
And we pass over and move over the din of the longhouse, up the hill, towards the manor of Azad. Once more. The shipments are being brought in from the west and from the docks, being distributed, as was your command, in the way in which you have decreed food is being given out to the people.
And as a note, definitely in the eye of the public, I'm very much, like I keep saying, a man of the people. Like it's not like your Lord decrees this. More. It's more
Right.
like, I thank you for your service. I know these are trying times. And
Yeah.
I'm trying to relate to them
A
as I'm
benevolent
wearing.
employer, boss, provider.
Yeah. Like
Right.
I say like the very stereotypical, almost rehearsed things that a boss would say to their employee. Part because of my true inexperience actually in doing this. And also maybe another reason, but
We don't need to. Those reasons don't need to be verbalized.
like out in the sort of the soup kitchen area, outside the manor house, now and then I'll take a break from my sort of exhausting
Mhm.
academic just paperwork. I'll go out, as I'm eating something, having a lunch break basically. I'll go outside my manor, be escorted with some servants, and I'll talk to the people, and I won't touch them or anything like that, but like I'll ask them their name, what they did for a living, a little bit about their lives, make a bit of a connection, and so it's like, like this famous person just talked, like
That's right, and
this
yeah,
local celebrity is talking to me, and I'm
and like some of the people are like, my brother, my cousin would have died if it weren't for you, for your manor house. Like, a few people are like that. That word is spreading. That you make your way. Yeah,
I actually wanted to. Nah, I won't do it.
Okay.
Maybe later. But those that are like those injured that are barely clinging to life, like a surgeon, just like just shakes their head like, whilst they're cleaning the blood off their hands. There's nothing I could do, nothing more I could do, my lord. You did your best, and I'll sort of usher them away. But instead of preparing for burial rites, and instead of letting know the family members that this person's, is going to be deceased, whatever. Unless the family members already know, then that's better. But actually, I'll let you decide that.
So
Like if there's someone like, like his wounds are, doesn't look like he's getting better.
more than one. There are some that like the whole family is here. Yes, some people, but for a fairly large number of people,
All right, so
like there are families who have been sort of torn apart, and there may be family members, but they just don't know where they are, or so it's not a massive amount, but there's like maybe half a dozen people, humans and satyrs, and orc who I'm like, it's not looking good.
okay. But that's, I make, like I talk to the family members, and we will make a funeral arrangements. But that is,
Thank you.
After the fact of what I had done before, I meet with the family members. But for some family members, let's say, okay, so there's a family of humans, right? There's like 4 of them, and like one of the man's wives is on death's bed. Like she was attacked, her arms in a sling, and she's breathing and whatnot, but she's modern Kvegathale medicine isn't that old.
No, it's herbs and poultices.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna I'll escort the man. He knows it. Like we both know it. Like, oh no, like, what, it doesn't look too good for your wife, kind of thing. So
She was my first wife.
yes,
First love I had known.
yes. These are troubling times. I say with sadness that there is nothing that my surgeons can do. But I sort of linger
Just happened. Why?
as I watch him. You know, his hands are in his are on his face. You know, maybe he's crying or something. But there may be a resource not yet exhausted. I have a remedy that is very difficult for me to get a hold of. It is a risk, a gamble, but there is a chance that she may come back.
My family and I, we don't have much, but I would give anything that I have.
No. For this, how big is your family?
It's myself and my 4 wives, my 6 children.
That is a big family. You have to provide for many mouths.
Yes.
You are strong for doing so. I could see this quite plainly in you. What I offer is security, in a sense.
How do you mean? He's like trying to, you know.
And I sort of look at him, and I look away, kind of like, you a religious man?
I give my devotions. I give sacrifices to the harvest master when at every harvest day, as the crops are planted, as the wheat is tilled, plants are taken from the ground. Yes.
It's unfortunate. I'm sure the food of which you grow, and the many farmers here are without sickness. That is not to say that perhaps this weakened your constitution from eating ill product. But what I offer you is a chance. I need something from you. It is very small.
Anything. If there's a chance, we have to take it. You know, like he says, we, like, you know, we're in it together. Like, you know, even though you know, it's just in that, you know, in that moment, like, hey, you're here to help, right? You know.
And I smile and I nod. Yes. There are many that were hurt here. I do feel the strain. Although I commend you for handling yourself, I do not know what I would do if I... Come. Let us be excused from this place of ill omen, death.
And he's like, you know, he exchanges some words in Pelganese. You know, look over his wives. Like, you keep the children, you know, away. Like, you, like, stay with her, You know, and take care of business.
And I bring them, you know, out of the guest room sort of area where I've opened it up for patience. I go to a set of stairs, and I sort of stop, and I turn back. Down here is my storage.
All right. I have still some crops from the most recent harvest. I have
No.
pack animals, wagons.
No. Do not ask for any of these things. I have paperwork down here for you. Come.
Okay.
He follows me downstairs to the darkened hallways. There are servants moving about down here, a few of them. These servants are writing. They're just scribes and other. A sound of a ching 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 sort of forger's hammer is echoing from somewhere down these halls. As I'm sort of moving, but like this is very normal, like, oh, this is just another part of my house kind of thing. And I bring him over to another room where there's some paperwork, and it's like a small private office down here in this area.
The Thunderbirds. I haven't seen a home, any building quite like this. It's like it goes on forever.
Yes. I understand that I have been afforded many gifts, that I must give them out when I can. But this gift, the door closes as we enter in the room. And there's a table, there's paperwork, there's scrolls and other. I just gesture from the sit as I go around the other side of the table. This product that I am affording to you, it is not something of the divine, of the mundane. It is something of the divine. The sun, they say it is dead. That the thing you see in the heavens above is something, a corpse.
Yes. Dead body of Ahura Mazda. Slain by darkness. Yes.
Yes, that is what they say. The body is there. I like to see it every time it rises, on those days that it does. It reminds me there is a chance, still hope, light to draw back the darkness, give sun for your crops. But the powers of light have not been diminished, even after the death of this elder creator. This is what I offer you. A chance to see your wife again. But in order to call upon the dead sun's power, I must need your name. I must need your name.
You can do
This
that.
is what the powers need in return to make a miracle for your wife.
I am sorry, my lord. I did not know you were a priest and had.
No.
such
I am
gifts.
no priest. No.
Of course. Of course. My name is Kieran.
Kieran.
Uh,
Kieran, do you know how to write?
yes, I can write in the tongue of my people, or the language of my people.
And I nod at him like, oh, that's commendable. And I take out a scroll and I sort of unfurl it. I dip a quill. And I move the paper over towards him and I slide it over the table to him. You'll need to write your name on this paper. This is what they ask for. It is an agreement. Of course, what you say you may have a change of mind. Perhaps you did not love her as much as you thought. Of course, I think this is absolutely false, that you love your wife very dearly.
Of course I do. Of course I
But
do.
I do not know the minds of the divine. I do not know them. I only ask. Sometimes they answer. This is the risk, the chance that I had proposed to you before. There was no certainty in this, but and I gave him the pen.
How can this be? How can powers of the divine be called upon without the intercession of a cleric or a magus?
I am a man of the people. I know many people in all the land. With my resources, I will be able to find some that are capable of speaking to the divine. Perhaps a summoner.
Oh,
But either way,
of course, yes.
here in this agreement, when you sign, your wife will be here in the manor house for some time. One chain will pass until you are able to see her again. This chain will be difficult for you. I know this quite clearly. But at the end of the chain, you will know the final verdict.
What will happen during? So is this paper written in like what
Public.
language? Oh, okay. She reads
And it's
it.
filled with legal jargon.
Yeah.
This here party represents this, and so on.
Right.
It just looks like gibberish, really.
Yeah. He can read the words, most of them, but like, I can read too, but that doesn't make me a skilled lawyer. What will happen during this chain of the spirits?
I'll do the
work
best
on
that I can. See to it that the forces of light
But
gaze
why,
down upon your wife and cure her of her wounds.
why can't I see her though?
Your passion for your wife is strong. I am unsure of their reaction. I am unsure of the rites and rituals that are to be done, and I do not wish to put further distress upon your worried brow.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you to give me a
Guile or
guile roll, I think, in this.
Yeah,
Is
you're like-
it diplomacy? Is it guile? It's guile. It's guile. I know what you're doing.
Guile, son.
It's all
I got a
good.
19.
Okay. Alright. That's fine. He thinks, for some moments. That makes sense. The ways of the summoners are strange.
Yes, they are.
Yes. Okay. Can... No, no, I understand. Can I... Does it start right now? Can I see her before I leave the manor house today?
Of course, you may stay with her for the rest of this day.
Do you think you can find someone? I think...
I will do
Well,
my
you
best.
know much. You have much, clearly. And I thank you for what... all you've
my
done.
best.
And he takes the paper and he looks at it one more time, and like you could see in his eyes, you could see him as he is like scanning them. He's with your words, you can almost feel the the beating of his heart, and he's just sweating with just the strain of it all, and still the red eyes and the dry tears. They're still like welled up as people who are in grief, you can cry so much that you can't. There's just nothing left, but there's, just the whole body is exhausted and just stressed out on every level, and you can see the pain written on this man's face. And with your words, you've given him that little bit of hope, like, yeah, you're right, like. The sun is dead, but it still basks the world in its warmth and the light, and the world keeps turning as it were, and he sees those key words, those words of healing, of restoration, of saving, and he quickly takes your quill and in a kind of like poor penmanship, like he can write, but he doesn't write often, but writes out Kieran Maris at the bottom of this piece of parchment, or this scroll, however you have it. Okay.
And I look at him and I take the paper and I slowly sort of roll it out. You made the right choice. I will do my best to save your life.
Thank you. My family, we live not far from the shore. Much of our home was destroyed, but we're trying to rebuild. It's just a short distance past, I believe it's the dock where your ship is docked and uses. You can find us there. Just ask anyone. Ask anyone for Kieran or any of my wives. They know who we are and where we are.
I will. And I want to, like, I go to touch him, but then I kind of like see his dirty. But I get up with him and I show him the door, and the two of us walk out. And I'm definitely, and it's actually not for show, as I'm sort of leading him. He's behind me as we're making our way up the stairs. I have a sort of a look of sadness myself, thinking if I was in that position, but I'm saving him and his wife. And the door opens, the light of the outside goes, of the first floor, and I like just quietly gesture. I'm like, okay, go back to your.
And he thanks you again and again and again for just trying to help. You've already done a lot for not just him, but all these other people. And he goes, spends what remaining time he and his wives will have with his first wife, before hopefully she will be saved and restored. As so she has a pretty vicious Dikembe wound. It got her like in the back as must have been fleeing, and it wasn't a hit to the spine, but it looks like maybe the deep shark teeth, they pierced deep, maybe ruptured, or did some damage to the liver, or to the kidneys, or something, and it's painful, and if she's gonna die, it's gonna be like a slow, painful, wasting death. It's not gonna be quick. Obviously it's not gonna be quick. She's still alive after.
Yeah, Barbie's trying to do their best, but.
Yeah. It's hard to mend. Organ wounds can be tricky.
And I should note, I don't have a doctor. I don't have a physician. I have I kind of know. It's what I'm saying is not an academically trained professional sort of. It's more of just they know things, but it's.
Yeah. Sure. And some of the people know a little bit about Barbary, and they help as well. Every man for one for all for one for all sort of deal. And as you go back, separate from this man, Kieran Maris, apparently, you obviously did not know his name beforehand. There's so many people, and that quiet of the house has not ever been a thing since it opened. As you opened it immediately to yourself and to these people, but as you walk away, one of your servants comes sort of rushing up to you with some concern on his face. Master.
Yes, what is it?
The lady is not feeling well. I do not believe she will be to resume her duties for the rest of the day. She has taken ill, I believe.
I nod to him. Go on. I sort of dismiss him. I dismiss myself as well as I go upstairs.
Okay. Where are you going? Upstairs?
Oh, just to see my wife. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you go in up your the stairs and the twists and turns of your corridors. And you come to the room, and you see Nolly there, and she looks a lot worse, clearly exhausted, but not deathly ill sort of thing, but
just coming down with the sickness.
Yeah, and you see I want to say she looks pale, but she doesn't. She's
as soon as I go into the as soon as I go into
she's been vomiting. There's a chamber pot or something that's been kind of set up.
Any servants, I go in and I just like a hard hand, that is all kind of thing. I don't say anything. I just look at them and kind of sort of snarl as a tiger, and I gesture to them leave me alone kind of thing. My wife. And then I let a deep sort of was purring sound as I go down, go beside my wife, as I guess she's just sort of resting on
yeah, she's she's awake. She's just resting.
And I go and I take her hand, I hold one of her hands with two of my hands, sort of thing.
I'm sorry, Azad. I do too much. I do not do enough.
You do plenty. We both do plenty.
Yes. I do not know what has come over me.
I like to look up and down.
Do you happen to have any grades in barber?
No. I don't get my hands bloody. God damn.
I know. You might have read a book. I don't know.
But I just look up and down. And I could see like I love spinning one down. And of course, like I'm pretty smart, so I start like connecting some dots. I take on a bit more of a grim visage. I'm just gonna scowl as I look back at her. You know of my faith, Nelly.
I do. Of course.
I fear for you.
I
This
don't fear for me, Azad. I'm fine. I'm just... I
no,
work too much without
You're much
rest
too
or
proud.
food.
It is okay to admit. I have seen it when we were out there. The blue skin, the storm sharks. It's strange. They had things in the skin. Something about their physique. I don't know if they were sick or
They were
it
ripped
was-
with pox marks and seeping wounds. Yes, I saw them. Disgusting creatures.
yeah.
Savage beasts. Could they
No,
do
no.
this to us?
No. You know, I like sort of put my hand on her shoulder like, oh no, rest.
Yeah.
You mustn't excite yourself. I will do all that I can to ensure that you and I are safe in these lands. But if I have you, if either of us fall weak, we are the pillars rising this community up. We cannot fall.
We cannot be seen to falter.
Yes. Nelly, I'm going to call upon the divine. I'm going to see if you are sick.
And she, your hand, so, you sort of held her hand in yours, and she put, like, her hand on top of, one of your hands. Yeah. And you could feel, like, tighten ever so much, but and she looks up to you and there's trust in those eyes, which might not have been there 5 cycles ago. But you've been through a lot, and certainly a lot more in this most recent, this past chain and a half, almost 2 chains now.
And as our hands are holding together, I sort of close my eyes for a couple seconds, and then I open them up, and they gleam. They kind of gleam for a moment, or maybe it's just the light that just streaming into the room. The way it's hitting my face. But I open my eyes and I cast mystic auras to see if first of all, if I see any strange aura or anything that is claiming her or anything. Actually having a degree of theology that I never really put over, but
No. You do not detect any mysticism upon her person, at least not at the moment.
so I like open my eyes and I sort of look at her face and down, her chest and stomach and the rest of her body, and I look back at her and I smile, a very reassuring smile. And then I pull my hands away and I bring my hand up to her forehead and I place it. And I gently sort of caress the side of her face. My hand stays there. And as it stays there, she could see like this light, shining, sort of glimmering light begin to emanate from my hand. And it's warm, and it's comforting, and it's beautiful. The faint sound of like some sort of wind chimey is heard somewhere as I cast another ritual to her. Cast the ritual alleviate, which doesn't cure her if she's sick,
This is alleviate strain, I believe.
but it does give her some bonus to resist any sort of sickness.
Okay.
Yeah, just a
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. I want you to
Yeah,
give me a theology roll as you do this.
Okay.
Have any? Yeah, just.
I have 15.
Okay. Okay, so that does. She seems a little bit better, a little more energy is sort of flowing back into her. Some
All those aches, those
Yeah.
little aches and pains, and like they kind of like go away. And I mean, being both Dawan, that's something we commonly have to deal with every waking day.
for sure.
Weak knees and just aching body.
But so with that role and sort of understanding or having some understanding of how you're channeling and wielding these forces and how they're supposed to affect someone if they're diseased, if they're physically wounded, if they're just exhausted, whatever the reasons. With that role, clearly whatever, like you say, aches and pains, but you don't get the sense that you channel forth this, you emit this radiance, but much of it is sort of shines out upon her form, upon the room. Not much of it is absorbed into her body, as you would expect for someone to be like actually sick or wounded. Just a note. That's react to that how you will. But she sort of like, as you put your hand initially upon her, there's that like gentle, or like not gentle, but that purr that cats do, like at the back of the throat. Then they have that warmth, as if the sun is cresting through a window, but not just from your very body upon her flesh, and it goes into her, and like her, her like soft fur is sort of like becomes warm to the touch now, as you shine that upon her, and that purr gets like a little bit louder. It's this soothing comforts of the power of light is taking away some of that exhaustion, that aches, and those pains, and perhaps whatever nausea she was feeling clearly, and whatever's up with her. And so a lot of that is.
Yeah, and I move my hand toward chin, and I sort of like scratch it like playfully as I sort of smile, and I sort of like reassuringly sort of smile and begin to just stand back up. I will take the rest of the duties this day. Take your time to recover. Take your rest. I'll do what I can in your stead.
She nods and leans into that gesture that you do. Settles back to just rest a little bit.
Then I leave, and I'm very quiet, as I leave, having a degree of stealth. I quietly leave, and I close the door behind me. And then as I'm walking down the halls, I start gesturing to like the servants that were tending to it, like, okay, now you could go in, that kind of thing. But and then I just return back to my duties
Mm-hmm. Good.
as a man of the people.
Man of the people, that's right. That's right. Well, as you leave your resting wife, having allayed what ails her, we will go to soliloquies. And
Nick, I need a please check on the Facebook before my soliloquy.
okay.
Who's starting it?
Moment.
There we go.
As I work the iron in the forge, it takes more pleasing shapes. These robotic movements I do for hours upon hours of working, hammering several arrowheads, lining them neatly upon the table, looking sharp and deadly. I reach in with my stony claw into the forge, and I take out a still glowing axe head. I hammer it further and further. Dusk is settling upon the horizon, and I lift that axe head, looking like a stretched out letter M, wings on it, almost like two separate wings conjoining in a middle for great cutting and slashing prowess. I hold it while looking upon the dusk.
Yes, I turn and like Tinukak, my hunt will be endless. Yaga, you contaminated aberration of creation. You will fall, and your soul. I still debate if it will be washed, or if I will break it to onyx.
And I look upon that red axe head, melting almost in that background of the setting sun. A flashback comes to me, continuing that dream I had cycles ago before I started growing the wings. As I had ascended into the air, I see a beast, a target that I flew over upon those great, great plains in the Xi'an nation. I see my target. It is big, furry, shaggy, a great beast, tainted, many sores, boils with pus, and I descend upon it from great height with an axe blow to its skull, cracking it open, killing it in one strike, and the memory flashes by, and I keep looking upon that molten, glowing iron. I place it on the anvil, and I keep hammering.
Your death will come. It is decided. You will be removed. Hag.
Krishulov?
Radulov is right now at one of the taverns that is in between the shore that he went to visit and his home, thinking to himself as he waits for a known source, a very good source. And he thinks to himself,
Yep. Well, that's all I needed to know about sirens. They have a short sight. Now, let me tell you. Okay. I know Ferrum. I know ogre. My people know of ogres. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make some ogres work for me. I'm gonna talk to the people. I'm gonna make them make some nice walls. Ogres will be fed fish from the fishermen. I will be known. People will know of me. People will know of me. He who works with the ogres, the few ogres that are here. He who works with our Ferrum. He who can teach the human proper masonry. We will do this for food. My name will grow. My name will grow. Oh, the cycles from now, 500 cycles from now. You know, my father always said. Now I remember quicker. Said. Just 5 cycles. What? What was it? He always said. I'll make it, Father. I'll make it overall. I will make it. Stone by stone. The way you worked. First alone, until you made name, then others came. Then you had great wealth before you had to leave. I will stay in these lands. I will work them. People will know me. My name will spread. My grandchildren will remember that Nazvog and Nasht and her grandchildren. No, short-sighted. They will remember. Yes, they will remember. But I will remember. I will remember when her grandchildren are here. Her grandchildren will be here. I'm gonna treat them how she treated me. Yeah, I remember. I remember. The Holix. I remember him. No further payment. He was there. Without him, I would have died. I remember that. Our people have a long history. Cycles upon cycles. Those of us that have not strayed. Those of us that keep clean shaven. We know. We know. And to who? Why did you have to claim my father so soon? Is my mother cooking for you? Yeah, she's bothering for you. She's bothering you, ain't it? You're there for your souls. My mother comes by and she says, "Hey, I cooked something for you. Hey, you wanna eat it? You wanna eat this food?" And you eat it. It's horrible because it's poorly cooked. And then you force her into some other life, in some belly of some. Don't be. She has good intentions. Her food is awful. It was good. There was a time it was good. Just 5 seconds ago. I see. You still. Your father died 5 seconds ago. It's been 5 seconds. I say. Yeah. Only 5 seconds. Where are you? You forget. Oh, okay. You forget. Okay, your father dies. And you forget. Just 5 seconds. Okay. No, okay. My father. You know what? My father, he lived like 1,000 cycles. More than that. More than he could count. No, that man could count. If he had a piece of gold for each cycle, he would remember them. He would remember them. Everything that he said to me, I'll remember it. Not only for 5 cycles, for all my cycles. My children will remember it. They will know of the name of the Holix. They will know of the name of Agathalo Leres, Ugathea, my father. Of Tastia Elona, Ugathea, my mother. Terrible food. Great heart, terrible food. They will know. And I say in the words to Julian, we remember. We always
These raiders, if they were sick, if they would do anything. I look at my arm, look back down as I continue writing. If they had done anything, infest these people with their strange sickness, what helmed them? What sort of madness took their minds? No. They were not like Nazvog. Nazvog could at least put forth a coherent sentence, but these other sirens, they simply wanted blood. They didn't even try to steal anything. They simply wanted to destroy. Thinking that these people here, these dumb, baffling, barbaric, uncivilized people did something to them. Their quarrels are strange. The sirens were pushed out. Their ways strange. I wonder if that is why she left them. If that was her family, her cousins. I didn't see her in the attack. Did she join them? Did she loot with them? I wonder what game she played. Perhaps I give her too much credit. There are so many fools willing to give. And so they should give. For your light, O glorious winged Lord, comes with a cost. This I had known early in my age. It is something I believe even a Chimbui can understand. And they have understood in Ka. Dolix guards the bodies of the dead very well, such a guardian should, I suppose. Makes her a great tool. Not yet found a good use for this yet. But if I am to gain more coins of true value, I need them on my side. This devastation, this event, this raid that occurred, a perfect opportunity to show the locals I'm just like them. I'm here to help. In a sense, I do believe I am just like them. Oh, strange notion. I can't believe I'm even thinking about it. To think that they have anything that I have. There's only a few of them do. To think, the longer I stay here, the more I've nothing in common with these people, and yet... Am I caring for these people? That man, Kieran, his wife, his family. I felt sorrow for the man. I do hope, O Lord, your light may shine down upon and aid her. But to think, Nali, no, I will not think of that. We will be strong. We'll do what is needed to be done to bring this uncivilized, rural people, make this into a town, make this into a city, Grand city. Ah, yes. And when they need something, they'll come to us, my wife. They'll come to us for everything, and we will provide.
So Nasvog just finishes up consoling a human man. You know, like he had one of his legs. He lost it in the fighting, but um, you know, he seems to be patched up. He seems to be doing better. She says, "Do not worry. I have met one who has been struck as you have, and he is mighty. Do not worry. You will survive. You will be strong. You have much more to give." But and she stands up and I cannot do all of this alone. I did not want to do this, but I must share this burden. I am not as strong as you, Helena, and I think this will be according to your wishes in time. I only hope that it is true. And so she stands up, she starts walking towards the stairs to go down to the basement. She calls over, Ewa, Akala, Frida. Frida being the barber. She's back and taking care of the poor people injured. I need you to come downstairs. I need to speak to you of something. Go on. And Nesbog has chosen these people because she believes that she can trust them. She believes that either, you know, through their respect for her, their loss, their sheer desperation, or the force of her personality, that these people will not, betray her, and these people will not abandon this community. So she takes them downstairs. She heads into the broken, or into the little hidden room that was once home to Tanamram. She walks inside, and in there is the clay tablet and the other smaller piece of the tablet that was brought by Tahalix, as they're easily accessible to those who know where to look. Yes, the crystal stone is in the tablet. I have brought you here because I know that you have given much to these people. I know that you give much for these people. And I know that you have lost much. You have very little to give. When I was like you, I had also lost much. I had lost everything except for Sanem. But one came. One taught me. One told me how to be strong and told me how to protect others. And I wish for this to happen for you as well. I cannot be the only one to guide this community. You all are wise. You all have skills that I do not have. I hope that your commitment to this is as strong as mine is. I hope that you know that we must do all we can so that others may not have to live the lives we do. The one who will protect us, the one who will guide us, the one we ought to worship, the one that we ought to bring to this land, slowly, quietly. But over time, we must do this. Is Helena, the mother of spiders, the web spinner, the braider of peoples. The orcs, they spit on her name. They say, Helena, we cast her out. She does not know what she does. But what do the orcs do for us? They do nothing. They let us die and then come in looking for glory. No. They say, after Akala, your husband, your wives, your children, after they are killed, the orcs come and they say, oh, we saved you. Now you may protect yourselves. No. We will do this. We will protect those who need protection. The three of you are the ones who can help guide this community as I have. The three of you have the strength in your hearts to do this. Even though the whole world would bear down upon us and try to snuff us out, this is what will happen. We will be strong. And the people that we protect will not be harmed. So I give these to you. And she takes from one of her little pouches 3 little necklaces, like the one that she wears that Sunan plays with. It's made mostly of twine and little 29 little seashells hanging off of it. And so she gives them to each of them. This will be your mark of status, that all may know they can come to you with their problems, that you are responsible, that you are wise. And if you doubt the power of Helena, listen to this song. See what happens. And so she's going to sing and attempt to summon an earth spirit. She takes her a little basket filled with a little bit of earth. She puts a few seeds from inside one of her little pouches up here and places them in the soil. And she begins to sing in Gila, slow and long. You who harbor roots, balance mountains, support boots, of spirits most reliable and true, answer this song I sing for you. Potential life is the heart of this gift. Move across this spiritual rift. Act as your father demands, and show yourself in grassy strands. Fools deny your power and might. Reveal yourself. Prove thee wise, right. Help me lay the foundation for the protection of the creation. Child of Earth, please show yourself to these people, these worshippers of the great goddess. I don't know if you want me to roll or like.
Go for it. Just you do it.
Okay. So yeah. So from these seeds, little shoots begin to grow up and entwine around themselves. As the earth kind of like grows up and takes on a sort of humanoid form, with like the little grasses standing there, like waving around, like eyeing each of these people, staring at Ewa, at Okawa, at Frida, at Nazvog, and sings out in Gila. Yes, it is time.
As the ritual concludes, the eyes of the 3 women are wide. We'll end the session. Thank you very much for watching.